All right, I'm back. Think I'm on to something here. Testing. Is everything working properly? 1, 2, 3. Testing. Hello. We'll wait for a couple of folks to come in here before I start putting my little theory on what these guys might end up doing here. Because these storms, at least according to our latest meso analysis, are about to move into some more favorable instability. Be talking about that in just a moment. There's enough wind shear to support a tornado threat with these guys as well. As I play it, you can see that they are slowly increasing in their convective coverage here. And I think we might have to watch these guys. There's also another little guy popping out over here near Clifton. So I think we're just going to go all the way from here until about 12 a.m. I think that's what we're going to do. Give a breakdown for the rest of the week. Yeah, we'll do that as well. I'm going to do my little theory on these storms here. And then we'll move on. Well, I mean, we just did a breakdown on the last stream, but and also these storms over here are starting to get a little bit more mature as well. So they're not started yet, but I do have a little bit of a theory. I do want to watch these storms and just kind of keep you all in the know on these storms, because these storms are pretty interesting to me. Hello. Welcome. Good afternoon. All right. I think we got enough folks in here. So let's just go ahead and start talking about these storms here east of Memphis. As you can see, we have like a little band here of instability that's kind of working up in this area. You see where all these close contours are and our instability? That is also going to be the same area we're going to be watching over here into southern Arkansas as well. And these storms that are slowly tracking into some better instability. And I think if we're going to have a tornado threat, like the tornado threat continue here in Tennessee, it's going to be with these storms. If we come over here to our wind shear, you can see that we have around 30 knots, 35 knots of wind shear, especially on the southern mode of those storms. And then we also have a decent upper level wind shear pattern over this area as well. So I do think the tornado threat might be going up a little bit for these storms. We got backed winds at the surface, and that bottom part of that line is going to be riding right on that outflow boundary we've been talking about. And so I think my theory is that these storms might try to become tornadic here just to the east of Memphis. Waiting for chicken to thaw so you can make some dinner. All right. How are you thawing it? You just keeping it out in the open air? You putting it into some warm water? How's that going? And that's my theory on these storms. Back over here, we're still waiting for things to get started. Still keeping an eye on that. But I think I'm just ready to go ahead and just keep this stream on for the rest of the day. So we'll be here. I've also been noticing some rotations trying to get started over here in Kentucky as well. We got one over here south of Glasgow. You see a couple of these storms do have some broader circulations worth keeping an eye on. Also, some of these over here have been rotating on and off. I think we actually got pretty close to a tornado warning over there near Burnside. I was watching that one as well. That one's heading towards London. I think we need to keep an eye on these storms. These ones back over here need to keep an eye on, and then these ones over in this region. The clock's off. What does that mean? Is it? Oh, it's off. I mean, it depends where you at. You might be from the East Coast, I'm guessing. You must be from the East Coast. This is Central Time. I'm from northern Alabama, so and a lot of the folks that are in the main threat today are going to be in Central Time today. Who remembers when I worked with the All Squad? Do people actually remember that? Northwest Alabamians, good. I think today our threat is it's a little bit elevated. You know, if these storms over here, like kind of in this area, can mature, which they're trying to do at this moment, and then kind of move. Eventually, these storms will try to make it into northwest Alabama, because there is a little marginal and a slight risk out here, like the Florence area, Moulton, Tuscumbia, that goes into like northern Huntsville, Hazel Green, and Athens. So there's a little chance there, but it's not like super big. Any tips on being a weather analyst? Just learn everything that you can, and don't do it. Don't do it unless you know unless you know what you're talking about, because that's dangerous. Bit of a closer radar up over here. Not really. Still some broad circulation over there with these storms over here. Still keeping an eye on that. I've always lived in northern Alabama since the beginning of this channel. We'll see what these storms can do. I think these ones have a little bit of an elevated tornado threat to them right here in this area. And so I think I'm comfortable enough going live and just sticking to it for the rest of the day. A lot of small weather channels that don't know what they're talking about. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, if they like come across as like they with confidence and just say the wrong things all the time, they are going to put a lot of people in danger. Mom lives near Birmingham. Okay, well, Birmingham's not in the risk today, so Birmingham will be all right. This boundary is pretty much going to stay draped right over here, and pretty much everywhere that we're watching for tornadic activity is pretty much going to be right in these little areas. The most increased tornado activity is going to be right here and along this little gradient. We see all these red lines, how they're close together. Those are going to be like any storms that can really move into these areas where they have instability. They will have a tornado threat to them. Lake City, Arkansas, tornado was wild. Yeah, it was. Oh yeah, yeah. Yes, I remember that. Yeah, there was some guy in like Arkansas. He was just using my coverage as his coverage. And someone sent me something on Twitter about that. And we went over there and looked at it. And so because we were live and we were looking at him live, um, let me turn down this light a little bit. A bit too bright for the morning. But yeah, because we were live and he was watching our live, he would watched live us catching him using my live. And then he was like, it was so funny. He like slowly like closed it and then he ended his stream. Thank you, Tyler. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. We are starting to get some maturity back over here near the Sulphur Springs area. So this is also an area of interest. These storms are also moving into that instability, that little tight gradient we were talking about of instability. And once they kind of move into that, they will be able to fully mature. And our shear environment, our best shear environment of today, which is why we have an enhanced risk out there, is going to be over here. You can see our lower level shear is showing up, and it's coming. Over the next 2 hours, that's going to be ejecting off into the southern Arkansas region. And that's probably going to be right around when our tornado threat gets started, as long as the storms can mature. 24/7 weather streamer. It's going to happen. I just need to find somebody to stream with me. And whenever we have big weather outbreaks, I will become a 24-hour streamer if I can find that one person. They got to be pretty similar to me, or it's just not going to be a good fit. In terms of these storms in southern Arkansas, though, not a whole lot of maturity to those storms yet. All the storms up here mainly just going to be rain and thunder threat right now. I check northeastern Oklahoma, sure. Yeah, you guys got some rain up there. Rain and thunder. A little bit of a mezzo low. There's not a whole lot of instability with this guy, so it's not going to really be doing too much. But there will be some rain and thunder. And that's going to continue to move up to the north and east towards Jefferson City, Columbia, Mexico City there in Missouri. It's going to be rainy and thundery pretty much all in this area. We're not expecting a tornado threat up there, though. Tornado threat should mainly be to the south of our boundary. You want to check back over with these storms? Yeah, still nothing interesting yet, but I got a feeling about these guys. I don't know. The atmosphere is speaking to me on these ones. I could be wrong, but I think it's worth. I think it's worth being Nate Snyder. Yeah, he's pretty good, but I don't think he wants to do that because he's got his own channel. It needs to be someone that doesn't have their own channel. Because why would he go live with me if he could go live on his channel? I do think Nate is really good at what he does. He does have a similar vibe. Maybe, but I think he's just, I don't know. I think he gets a little bit unserious at times, like when, especially during like, and he also uses like a bunch of cameras that will cause copyright issues. So I'm not sure if it's a good fit unless he'd be like willing to like not use those cameras. I mean, if there's anybody that's close enough, it would be him. Because his morals are somewhat similar to mine, although he is starting to do a little bit more clickbait as of late. But I don't know. I do like his personality. I've met him, I've talked to him. He seems like a really good guy. He seems like he has like the same morality when it comes to, not worrying about all the other external stuff and just, kind of focusing on, on the storms as best as you can and keeping people in the know and, trying to be live and pushing ourselves to like the absolute limit. I think we're pretty similar there. There are some mismatches, but it's nothing that we can't, work through. I mean, I'd be down, but I don't think he would. I don't think he would want to do that because he's got his own channel. So it's been eerie calm in Virginia. Yeah, Virginia's storms are kind of conditional, but we are expecting, at least according to the latest models, for storms to convect along this boundary. And they can fire a little bit south of that and then move into northern Virginia, eventually into Maryland. So there's a little bit more conditional up here, but they should fire eventually. I don't think that's going to be until later, though. All right, we have some breaking news, and we were talking about how the models were looking bad for tomorrow, and look at this. We have got now a new red area. Tomorrow we have a moderate risk for tornadoes. 15% tornado risk. Wow. They're kind of like, Little Rock. Looks like it's going to be like Little Rock, Hot Springs Village, Benton, Nashville, there in Arkansas, Ashdown, Texarkana, Mount Pleasant, Lone Star. Let me see if that's, wow, that's crazy. Mother Nature is going absolutely bananas. Okay, so it is on WeatherWise. Look at this. This is just crazy. Gilmer, Lone Star, Vivian, Mount Pleasant, Sulphur Springs, Clarksville, New Boston, Texarkana, Hope, Ashdown, Broken Bow, Idabel, Minna, Waldron, Malvern, Sheridan, Little Rock, Mayflower, Russellville, Clarksville, Clinton, Heber Springs, and Mountain View are now all in a 15% risk for tornadoes. We got a moderate risk. Okay, so they haven't updated this part of the map, but they do have the updated tornado threat. So it seems like they're updating that part. But yeah, we got a moderate risk for severe weather. Mitch Weather, yeah. Yeah, I really like him, but I don't know if he wants to do all that kind of stuff. I've never seen him do a live stream. I really do feel like Mitch Weather is like one of the most down to earth weather YouTubers. I really do like Mitch. Thank you for the two. But yeah, there's your update there. We got a moderate risk for tomorrow. So dangerous day today and appears an even more dangerous day tomorrow. What are they saying? What's the wording on this? Several clusters of strong to severe storms are possible from central Texas across the Arklatex into the lower Ohio Valley Friday and Friday night. The greatest threat for tornadoes, large hail, and damaging winds will be from Arklatex across western Arkansas, including the potential for strong to intense tornadoes. Yikes. Some potentially EF3 plus tornadoes are going to be possible again tomorrow. Wow. It's just crazy. This is just the perfect severe weather setup, I guess. The stalled boundaries with plenty of instability to the south of them with attendant short waves just one after the other. It's just crazy to think about. Let's come back over here and check in on this area. A little bit more, at least separation of our line here. Not really seeing too much rotation on these guys yet, but I do think we got to watch this area just in the short term before this risk over here gets started. Yeah. Yeah. Man, how much we got to pay? Maybe we should make a bribe Mother Nature fund. Like, geez Louise. Do I have any opinion on the day three risk? Not yet. I think I'm gonna wait to have that opinion on that until tomorrow. We'll talk. I think I'm just gonna keep it 2 days at a time. I don't want to get ahead of ourselves too much. Also keeping an eye on these storms still, but they're a little bit elevated at this moment. I don't want to get like too ahead of ourselves. I want to really mainly stay, in these next couple of days here. Well, let me switch over. We're gonna switch over to Radar Mega before our storms really get started, just so we can answer questions a little bit better. And look at our models. I do want to look at the models again for tomorrow. Yeah, we don't quite have the. All right, so for today, we're gonna have to keep one eye on this area, which does seem to be getting started now. So that's why we're live covering Tennessee. But eventually, we're going to see these storms get a little bit stronger as we move into around 1, 2 p.m. out over here in the Arkansas, Arklatex region. And these are going to be our tornado threat. Any cell in here that can tap into that shear environment and stay just south into some better instability there into mainly southern Arkansas and going into Memphis in between anywhere from around 1 to 2 p.m. Into about 9 to 12 p.m. or a.m. There for Tennessee is going to have a tornado threat. And something's kind of sticking out to me as line moves off to the east. We could have some more discrete storms fire out in front of that as well at around 7 p.m. Yeah. Any storm that can latch onto that boundary could, potentially even produce a pretty decently strong tornado if it's all by itself. Yeah, after that, these storms kind of move out, and then our atmosphere continues to be pretty potent because, again, that instability down here is going to be still locked in place. If we come over here to our instability, you can see there's just plenty. There's so much instability out here. And with the amount of lower level winds we're going to have, which is going to be an area here of 50 to 60 knots again, any one of these little supercells you see out here could have an intense tornado with it. And yeah, tomorrow is looking dangerous. We were talking about it on our live stream earlier this morning, and it's going to continue into that. Start today, then continue into tomorrow. But I think tomorrow, yeah, it definitely has a little bit of a wider warm sector. Then eventually, as it goes into the nighttime, the early morning hours, it forms more into a linear line. But before then, I mean, any one of these little beans you see out here that look like a supercell, if you're familiar with the supercell shape, I'll kind of draw over them so you can kind of visualize which storms are going to be dangerous. Any one of these little beans here that kind of fire and can get into that shear in the best shear environment are going to be an issue tomorrow, unfortunately. And then we're going to have to watch to see how these beans develop today, which is just crazy. Let me see if Radar Omega has that moderate risk for tomorrow yet. Yeah, it does. There you go. There it is. We now have, so this is not for today, but for tomorrow, we have that moderate risk out there. That's a 4 to 5 for severe weather. So, you're going to have to be weather aware today. I mean, you're just going to be in the bullseye. I feel so bad for Pine Bluff, like Little Rock. They're going to be in the bullseye here for a couple of days. And you guys just really need to be, weather aware pretty much all that time. It's kind of be kind of your full-time job over the next few days because there could be a lot of stuff that happens. So, unfortunately, you guys already got worked over by these last storms, but it's going to continue into today and then going into tomorrow as well. So, again, if you live out here, just continue. You probably already have a plan in place to deal with these storms and keep on executing that plan whenever there's a tornado warning nearby or over you. Arkansas is the new Oklahoma this year. Yeah, it seems so. I don't like it either. I don't like it either. The what is the best way that I can show why this is what it is? I guess just using the instability. We do like a brief explanation. We did it on last stream, but there's probably people like, why? Why is this happening? Essentially, right on the leading edge of our instability, there is our boundary. It extends all the way up. This is just basically so we had that low pressure system that happened or actually came through here, launched up to the north, and has left behind, kind of like I don't know, certain animals, leave their babies behind at a very like turtles. Turtles just lay eggs and then the babies get born and they just have to fend for themselves. That's pretty much what happened with this frontal boundary. The low pressure system was its mom, and it's just kind of left it behind. And it's also left just a big old widespread area of instability out around in the southeast. And so essentially what we're getting is today a little shortwave trough or a little low pressure move through the area. That's going to bring some strong lower level shear into our area of instability there, right? And then moving into tomorrow, we get another low pressure system move up a little bit further to the north, a little bit stronger, bringing some more wind shear a little bit further to the north. And because we have this boundary here, that's just going to keep this instability hanging out, waiting to be tapped into. And because we have multiple low pressure systems, that are forming in and along this boundary, we will continue to see tornado threat after tornado threat as long as that instability is continuing to be there. Every single time we get some, lower level shear come into the area, it's going to be there's going to be a threat for strong tornadoes if there's enough. Yeah. Going back to the metaphor, it's like a bunch of baby turtles. Every baby turtle is a supercell trying to make it to the ocean, which is here, but keep on getting these low pressure seagulls come through and scoop them up. I'm sorry if you're a fan of baby turtles. It's probably a messed up thing to think about, but that's how it works. I'm not sure if you guys have seen a documentary, but it's so sad with all these baby turtles out here. They all get born and then they gotta hightail it to the ocean, and then there's just seagulls there like, oh, it's like rubbing their hands together. I think it's like only like 10 to 20% of them actually make it to the ocean. It's crazy. Let's check back in with my theory. Theory is still not confirming, which is a good thing. But I'm still keeping an eye on this area. Little cluster of storms is trying to nose into that instability, and if we can get a mature cell there, there's just enough shear to support a tornado threat there. Further up to the north near Campbellsville, we're seeing too much there, and the little areas of rotation over there near London have fallen apart. And back over here, the beginning of our severe threat for today is trying to get started. You can see we're starting to see a lot more lightning with some of these storms, and these are going to be some of our first mature storms to eventually happen. And that will be the beginning of our tornado threat. Yeah, we try to get creative with our metaphors because now every time somebody talks about this event, right? You're not going to be thinking in terms of cape or, or of anything else. That's kind of hard to grasp, right? You'll be thinking of turtles. Turtles and their journey to the ocean. As we look down to the earth, we see. Wait, what is a pack of turtles? I'm just going to call them a gaggle. We see a gaggle of turtles slowly trying to make it to the shore. Every year, thousands of seagulls gather to prey upon the turtles. How's that impression? Was it close enough? Kind of feel like in my head that sounded like him. A little something happening over here near Hickory Valley. A little bit of a supercell trying to get started there south of Boulevard. Nailed it? Yes. I love David Attenborough. That dude's voice is just so easy to listen to. He's really old too. It's gonna be sad, but he was one of the best. He did something real cool with his life. Taught all of us about nature and how similar. It is eerily similar. Uh, it's eerily similar to how we live our lives. Still some developing storms over here near Sulphur Springs. So, yeah, we're not going to be seeing much in terms of velocities with these guys. I think there's something wrong with the Dallas. Yeah. Unfortunately, our Dallas radar is struggling. So the storms initially here are going to be in a radar hole before they move into Arkansas a little bit more. Bolivar. The first thing that I thought of when I said Bolivar was that Green Day song. Bolivar, Broken Dreams. There was a little something that popped up here for a second. I think that was like some sort of contamination. I was circling it while talking, but I didn't really say much about it because it didn't really look right. And it seems like that was an erroneous signal. Wait, no, I walk alone. No, his voice is too high. I gotta do it lower. I walk, I walk a lonely road, the only road that I have ever known. Dang, forgot the lyrics, man. I used to know that song by heart. I was a huge Green Day fan as a kid. Don't quit your day job. There's always one heckler. Jeez Louise. Nice. I mean, I know I'm not good at it, so you're just telling the truth. But still. Oh,
A new tornado watch has been issued.
new tornado watch has been issued. Oh, wow, that's a big one. That's going to be for Tupelo, Memphis, Jackson, Columbia, Nashville, all the way up here into London, Kentucky. A few tornadoes likely. Scattered hail up to ping pong ball sized hail possible, and scattered gusts of up to 70 miles per hour. Seems like my theory was onto something. I don't see anything that's really sticking out to me yet, but we are going to have to watch these storms here. Because that's where our little axis of instability is, and there's just enough shear to support a tornado threat. Who's texting me? Mm. Yeah. Hasn't showed up on here yet, but it should be here by now. And it's slowly getting on the app here. Yeah, we got a new tornado watch out there. There it is. Man, there's just so many flood warnings. Let me get rid of I want to like get rid of them, but can I like make them less? No, we'll just get rid of them. It's hard to see. Oh wait, I got rid of all the warnings. It's hard to see like the severe thunderstorm warnings when there's going to be that many flash flood warnings, unfortunately. I feel like I could. We should have them on. We'll just keep them on because today it has a pretty decent risk of causing a lot of flooding. Just makes it hard to see the tornado watch, so I'm not really sure how to go about that. There's a flash flood warning like all the way throughout this area, into Kentucky, into London and Richmond. You guys have been getting a lot of rain recently. We don't have any flash flood emergencies right now, but we do have some a decent amount of flood warnings. Oh, I know what I can do here. We can take off the fill opacity, and then we'll make the borders a little bit smaller as well. Okay. Why are they still so big? Flash flood warning. Flash. Oh, there's flood warnings and flash flood warnings. Okay. Hold on. I gotta change the flood warnings too. There. Flood warning. Border thickness. Fill opacity.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
What is this? Fill opacity should be off on that. I'm still confused. Forecast point? Is this it? There we go. Even worse. Shoot. What I'm gonna do. I guess we'll just turn them off for now. It's really cluttering the radar. It's kind of hard to I'll keep those off, but I'll keep the flash flood, like the flash flood emergencies on. It's a thing. Never mind. That has to be a flood warning. I don't know. Let me think about it for a little bit. We think about it. Yeah, latest scans over here. Still not seeing an increase of rotation, but those.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
These storms down here are not really rotating that much right now, but man. Yeah, our storms over here near Arkansas are starting to get a little bit more mature.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
You see, we have a pocket right in here. They might issue a new tornado watch over here soon, too. We don't have one for there yet. What do you do if you're in a tornado watch? Just, be weather aware. It's kind of just a reminder of like, hey, you know, you should be getting your plan together to deal with the storms, right? Should be cleaning out your storm shelter, making sure it's ready, making sure your documents are nearby, gathering your family and just making sure you have a plan to keep your family close to you, your pets close to you. So when you get into a tornado warning, you don't gotta, go find, Jimmy and uh what's Jimmy and Catherine who's playing video games in their room, they're right there with you. You don't got to go find, Toto, the family dog, is like somewhere in the house, or the family cat. Cats are like probably the one thing, like, you probably should put a cat in a cage if you got tornado warnings near you and there's a chance, because those cats can go anywhere. They're so hard to find too. Where's a tornado? We don't have any tornadoes right now, but we just got a tornado watch issued over here for northern Mississippi, going into Jackson, Tennessee, Lawrenceburg, Columbia, Nashville, Clarksville, Cookeville, Tennessee, Scottsville, Glasgow, Columbia, Somerset, Williamsburg, Corbin, London, Annville, and Boonville here in Kentucky. You just want to make sure everything is like by your side. Have a to-go bag, have good stuff in that to-go bag, like extra water, weather radio, just in case your power goes out, extra batteries for your phones and all that kind of stuff, flashlight. What do people do with horses? You can't do anything. My best advice, if you got a horse, go into your shelter, and if you know the tornado is going to be close to you, you kind of just got to hope that they're going to be okay. It's just kind of how it goes. I mean, unless you got a tornado shelter for your horse, which would be a brilliant idea, by the way, then there's nothing you can do. Just checking these storms, making sure they're not rotating yet, which they are not. There's a little bit of broad circulation on this one near DeQueen, but it's not a very organized storm yet. Hmm. AG Tornado just sent me a funny message. Let's see. We live in the Rocky Mountains. We would let the horses loose. Yeah, but it's like, I don't know. Like, if you open, like, it's hard to know if a tornado is going to hit your house or not. And if you let the horses loose and the tornado doesn't hit your house or farm, like the horses could have just ran into the tornado. It's a hard one. There is really no best or worst way for that. I mean, it's mainly just hoping that they, don't get hit. Let them loose in a field. Oh, I gotcha. Like a fenced field. Oh my gosh. It's so sad. My neighbors, not my neighbors, but there's like some people that live by. They have like imagine like an outdoor fenced area where it's just like 3 times bigger than this room, and then they have horses, like 2 horses there. They ain't got no space. A little bit of rotation developing on this. Is that legitimate? I don't think it is. Yeah, it's not legitimate. What about this? This storm, this one's legitimate. Some broad circulation is developing with this storm near Bolivar, heading towards Henderson, Tennessee. Tight, not concerning yet, but definitely an area to keep an eye on. Let me see what our other storm chasers are up to. There's probably a chance that PA Storm Trackers is live. They were in Tennessee, and they're not live yet, but I'm 100% sure they'll be live later. Oh, Storm Intermedia is live. Oh, they're about to be. Awesome. Let me get them set up. Perfect. We got a chaser live. They're in DeWitt, Arkansas. Ready to go. Looking a little muggy out there. A lot of rain. Looks like that field on the left has got some flooding issues. How does Nashville look? Well, you're in a tornado watch. We're monitoring these storms here in and along this boundary. They're pushing into some better instability as we speak. So they're going to have a little bit of a higher tornado threat. The wind shear, oops, wrong scene. The wind shear is not that high. But it is high enough to support a tornado threat. So I would certainly be ready to go out here in the Nashville area. Franklin, Gallatin, Lebanon, Dixon, Spring Hill. These storms are coming towards you. Savannah, Linden, Mount Pleasant, and Lawrenceburg. Kind of our main storm of interest right now, in my opinion, is this guy right here. These guys down here could become interesting again, or interesting here shortly as well. We got some storms over here near Mississippi that are in some better instability. Those ones might try to do something eventually. Um, then we got these guys back over in here. Yeah, you can see our Arkansas threat is slowly getting started here. Got a couple of stells starting to get a little bit stronger. Our best instability, though, is really in this area. Anything that anything that goes like north of that is going to become most likely an elevated storm. We'll see. We'll see where that instability ends up today. Thank you, Jessica, for the 2. What do I think about Conway, Arkansas? Where's Conway? Seen Conway so many times. Is it over here near Jonesboro? No. Hello, hello, welcome back. Yeah, Alabama's pretty good. The only people that need to be, watching out is over here in Northwest Arkansas. Where is Conway? Dang it! Where's Conway close to? I'm telling you right now, uh, when Radar Omega, I mean not Radar Omega, weatherwise adds a freaking search thing. We're going back over to Radar Omega just for a little bit so we can answer some questions. All right, Conway, Arkansas. Oh, it is near Little Rock. Yeah, Conway, Arkansas. You're gonna have some storms coming your way. Eventually, they will be making it towards you. Uh, you should stay for the most part outside of like the main threat, but eventually that instability could make it far enough to your north, where there could be still a strong tornado threat. Thank you, Ice Cream, for the 5. Scary yesterday, but like James Spann said yesterday. Oh yeah, no problem, Ice Cream, no problem. What do I look at? What do I look at? I look at a wide assortment of things. Oh yeah, look at this. We actually have a little bit of an increase of our lower level jet. About to looks like that might push up into like the Tennessee area. It's sitting there into northern Mississippi. Yeah, I look at lower levels. I look at thermodynamics, the surface base cape, the mixed layer cape. I look at lapse rates. Um, Sometimes like before the storm starts, I'll be, especially like with like areas that are dealing with like a capping inversion. I'll be looking at where is it? Uh, oh yeah, the our humidity levels. I like to look at where our divergence is. Pink circles here. The upper levels, surface pressure, surface observations. Where's the boundaries? Do we have any backing at the surface? What's our dew points? Sometimes I look at the SIG-TOR parameter, but the SIG-TOR parameter just kind of adds all together to basically it's just kind of a cheat code. But seems like our highest SIG-TOR right now is over here near northern Louisiana. But again, you need storms to be in that area. There aren't any mature storms there. Still some broad circulation over here near Henderson, Tennessee. I'm still watching this. It looks like it's trying to get a little bit supercellular here. That might eventually become something that we need to keep an eye on. Back further off to the west, near Paris, storms are still trying to get their act together. Down over here, these are the storms that we will need to watch. They are still pretty small storms there. Will it move through Lexington? It should stay. I think it should stay south of Lexington. A lot of our storms are kind of moving in this boundary, but eventually it could kind of track up a little bit. This boundary could move north throughout the day. Lexington, Tennessee. Let me see where that is. Lexington, Tennessee. Yeah, I mean these storms are moving, close to Lexington. I think these guys are going to have a tornado threat with them as they move off to the east. Not sure if that's going to make it up to Lexington. Seems like you might be just above that boundary of where our instability is. But some heavier rain and lightning for sure is coming towards you. Let me get a storm intermediate underneath me. Dang it, this is still doing that. I don't understand. You like take this off. Oh, do that. Control C. Take that off. Okay. What if I just like reload it? Is it so weird? Guess I just got to do this for all the chasers. Just get this fixed. OBS is being a weirdo today. Might need to update my OBS. That might be what's causing it. It's like they're looking at something over there. Let's go check it out. What are they? Oh, they're near one of these bubbling storms.
We saw one, and where we basically sort of zero metered another one, yeah.
On accident, but it was a QLCS as we were going through Dyersburg.
Yeah, we didn't even notice it on radar until we were there, and then all of a sudden, we think it dropped just to our east, because the wind started ripping as it crossed the road. The circulation did probably right in front of us.
Apparently they zero metered a QLCS tornado yesterday. Brett's going live today. I mean, surely he always chases the southeast, so I'm sure he'll be out there. But he's not out there yet. Saw it live on their feed. Yeah, they had a big tornado on their stream yesterday. That was the what was it? It was over here in Arkansas, Lake City. Is that right? Lake City? Yeah, I think the main area that I'm going to be keeping an eye on, at least at the beginning of the stream, again, if you're just now tuning in, we just got a new tornado watch issued out over here in the black here. That's going to be for parts of Mississippi, going into Tennessee, also Kentucky. Oh, we just got a severe thunderstorm warning over here near Russell Springs with 60-mile-per-hour winds. If you live in Russell Springs and Jamestown, you guys need to be indoors and away from windows. But yeah, we'll be watching pretty much anything along this area that can kind of just tap into that instability that's kind of rising up into this area. You know, there will be a tornado threat with them. So, you know, you guys here in like Dixon, Nashville, Murfreesboro, over here, most likely east of Memphis, if I had to guess. But, you know, some instability could rise behind you, and you might see some storms develop there into Memphis. I think you contested for being a member for 11 months. Thank you so much. And an EF3 member at that. So that's big time support. Thank you. Will these continue moving northeast? Please move the instability circle away from Gilmer. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, these storms will continue to move northeast. These are going to go eventually into the Nashville area. And unfortunately, we already have a considerable flash flood warning in the Nashville area as well. Also just got a severe thunderstorm warning for a storm over there in Texas now. It'll be for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds, but that is just an indication that, you know, some of our first supercells that we're going to have to be tracking are getting started. Back over here near the Sulphur Springs and Paris region. Let's see how they're doing in terms of rotation. And not a whole lot of rotation with them yet, but they are definitely getting their slowly getting their acts together out there. And those are the storms that are going to be moving into Arkansas that will initially be you know, our strong tornado threat for today. Any other storms that can form and mature are also going to have that issue. So it's definitely going to be a day to keep a very close eye on. I wonder if today will be a repeat. It could be. It has some potential there for sure. All right, Storm Hunter Media has another view. Storm there. This is near DeWitt, Arkansas. I think should be above the boundary. Where's DeWitt? No, DeWitt's like right on the line of the boundary. So yeah, these storms could also do something near DeWitt, and these ones would move pretty close to like the Memphis area. We got to keep an eye on these storms. We're going to have chasers, multiple chasers again today, just like we did yesterday. And it will certainly be a day to keep an eye on. That is for sure. If you're in the tornado risk today, you need to be weather aware, just like yesterday. And then tomorrow, it's going to be even worse. Yeah, tornado watch in Clarksville. Yep, that is correct. Here's Clarksville up there. It does seem like, though, for now, you're north of that boundary. So the tornado activity should stay to your south for a bit. If this storm can work the environment good enough, it might take you guys out of the tornado risk. There's a lot of storms down here that are going to be moving kind of in this direction along that boundary. I would say like the probably the biggest city that is going to be impacted by our tornado threat today will probably be Nashville, with Clarksville being like right on the line. So we've got to monitor just how where this boundary goes. If it meanders a little bit too far up to the north, Clarksville could get into a tornado threat there for sure. Yeah, over here near Columbia and Russell Springs, that's moving off to the north and east. This storm actually has a little bit of broad circulation to it. A little bit of broad circulation. The heck is that? Might be hail. We're so far away from this storm. Let me see. This could be a radar omega problem. Hold on. Probably shouldn't be using radar omega. Okay, yeah, never mind. We're good. We're good. Some stronger winds, though, with these storms are going to be an issue. We're probably going to see severe thunderstorms, increase in population up there into like the Somerset, London, Brea areas, coming up towards like Jackson, Kentucky. It's in like the southern part of Kentucky there. Henderson, you guys got storms pretty much right next to you. They're right on top of you. These are the first ones we're watching for a tornado threat. They do have some broad circulation right now, but it does kind of seem like that's going to make it past Henderson, at least the first round, without much of an issue. Although it could have some severe winds in it already. We could have a severe thunderstorm warning, kind of about to happen here. Man, look at this here from Storm Runner Media. Very smooth base to this storm right now. That is one of those storms that we will have to watch. This is near DeWitt, Arkansas. Is Cincinnati just rain? Yeah, it should mostly just be rain. Yeah. You are in like the worst case scenario for you is that you get a little bit heavier rain and maybe some thunder, I think. The interesting thing is that it's pretty cloudy out there, but we just have so much moisture and instability already stored and ready to go. It really won't matter how much surface heating we get today. We will have a tendency though for cold pools to form. Come back over here and check in on our severe thunderstorm warning over here near Sulphur Springs. Yeah, this is got 1 inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds on it right now. And it's about to move just to the north of Sulphur Springs. But again, none of these storms are exhibiting any like rotation. I think it's going to be at least an hour before we start to see storms like in southern Arkansas really start to rotate. So we still got some time, but that's why there's not like a tornado watch yet out here. But a tornado watch is probably coming here pretty shortly. Yeah, cold pool, a tornado threat near Somerset, Kentucky. Let me check where Somerset is. It's Somalia. Dang it. Go. Near Somerset. Yeah, a little bit of a tornado threat. There's Somerset right there. And this storm right here is kind of gusting out right now, but can't rule out some circulations developing with cells developing on the southern side of this. And in fact, there's a little tiny couplet there, south and west of Glens Fork. Yeah, I had a little bit of a theory that our tornado threat was increasing here in Tennessee, so I went ahead and issued another live stream. And it turned out, the theory was onto something because soon after we started it, we also got a tornado watch out in this area. In Jackson, Tennessee, yeah, but your main storms have kind of come through for now, but eventually, instability could kind of make it back up to the north, and some of these storms might eventually make it up into the Jackson, still with a tornado threat. They can fire exactly, yeah. It all depends on if we can get actual mature cells to develop, which we are starting to see some evidence down over here, but we're still kind of in the beginning stages of our threat over here near Arkansas. And we're a little bit more into a later stage of a tornado threat over here. We've actually already, if you guys aren't aware, we've already had a tornado today. Well, we had a couple tornadoes early morning, but we had one like about 2 hours ago here, south of Lebanon, Tennessee. I also got some cells trying to become a little bit more organized out front of our line near Dixon. Those don't really seem to be doing much right now. I'm not going to lie. I do like the only thing I really miss about Radar Omega is I miss the search function, which is why we're using it right now, because I know we're going to have a lot of people coming in with questions. But once the tornado warnings start to get started, we're going to have to switch back over to WeatherWise. So is the tornado threat for today ramping down for South Haven, Mississippi? No, it's coming up. It's coming up. So I would certainly be weather aware there. But environment will do what it does exactly. Just got to kind of watch it. That's just how these days go. When you got a boundary like this, it's a pretty difficult to try to nail down which storms will do exactly what when, right? So you just got to keep an eye on it. It's one of those days. We got a weird kind of setup today. Oh, we just got a severe thunderstorm warning over here now for Henderson, Lexington, and Parsons. That's going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds and some penny-sized hail. So if you guys live in this area, just be indoors and away from windows. You got a storm coming your way. Another thing I miss about Radar Omega is this. This is a cool feature. Okay. Only thing that sucks about it is you got to get the wind speed, how fast it's moving. Yeah, 55 miles per hour. Really. Yeah, so here's who's going to be in the path and when. Quarter-sized hail warning in Delta and Hopkins, Texas now. That's a cool feature. Is it coming to Muncie? Muncie what? What state is that in? Yeah, there is a severe thunderstorm over here near Texas. This one is over here near Sulphur Springs. That's going to be heading pretty close to Sulphur Springs with that quarter-sized hail. This is an old scan, though, unfortunately. Our radar over there near Texas has been having some issues. That storm is now over here near Tira. That quarter-sized hail. We'll probably get a severe thunderstorm warning on this one near Idabel here shortly as well. That's definitely possible. That one seems to be mature enough. Yeah, Memphis and surrounding areas is going to have to be weather aware today. Strong tornado is possible in your region. You're also under a tornado watch right now, so you definitely need to be, on your toes today. This stuff that's coming through right now, most likely will just be rain and thunder. Not really seeing that organized threat yet. But eventually, back over here, we're going to have more mature cells try to develop and then move up towards your guys' area. So you're just going to want to be weather aware. It's a conditional day depending on how far north our instability can get. But if it can and storms fire immature, you're going to have some issues there in Memphis for sure. Clarksville is kind of on our boundary here. It's going to be hit or miss for Clarksville. Just depends on if that boundary can, if our instability can get up in there. Oh, wow. Okay, so we are starting to get a gust front here south of Henderson. So now we have to start monitoring the northern portion here of this little gust front. Some rotation can develop on the northern side of this. And if it does, that'll bring a tornado threat towards Decatur, Parsons, and Lexington. No tornado on it right now, no tornado warning, but it's something to keep an eye on. No, Indianapolis should be good today. It's too far north. I still got a little supercell trying to develop over here near Dixon. That's still not getting its act together. We also just got a new severe thunderstorm warning in Kentucky. Going to be going towards Columbia. There's mainly just a gust front here heading through Edmonton and Columbia. We want to check our storm relative. Wow. Recently broad area of circulation there. I would keep an eye on that. And I'm going to keep an eye on it as well. What about Paducah? You guys should be too far north. If we get a little bit of an unexpected northerly trajectory with our moisture, then you guys might have a little bit of a threat there. But for most of the day, your severe weather threat will be on the lower side. Wow, check this out on Storm Runner Media. This is near DeWitt, Arkansas. This is a developing storm. We got a storm back there. There's the base of it. Not really seeing much of a mesocyclone yet embedded in there, but this is a view of one of our more baby storms in this area that are trying to mature.
Yeah, but as soon as these cells turn out, get north of that boundary, they're primarily a large hail threat.
Oh. Yeah, that boundary, once these storms pass north of the boundary, just like what they were saying. So our boundary is pretty much draped. See if I can draw it just right. Pretty much draped like this. Maybe a little bit further south. I'm not really sure where it is in Kentucky, but it's pretty much draped like that. And our instability is just hanging out down here in this area. So any storms that are to the south of that can mature can become a tornado. Any storms to the north of that can still have some severe weather with it, but it will be most likely an elevated cell with not a whole lot of rotation to it. In Oklahoma, so I think I'm good for now. Yeah, you're good for now, but there are some, like, depending on where you are in Oklahoma, like in southeastern Oklahoma does need to be weather aware for a severe weather threat. Should be a pretty low tornado threat, but severe weather threat will exist over there. 60-mile-per-hour wind warning issued for Casey in Kentucky. We also just got a new severe warning with this little guy over here near Boonville for quarter-sized hail. That's going to be heading towards Walden and Boonville. Unstable cape has a sharp cutoff. Yeah, that's where the boundary is located. Pretty much where you see that cape go to 0 is right where that boundary is. And one of the things that we are really watching out for, especially for a significant threat, is that any storm that can latch onto that boundary, there's increased vorticity, which it just means basically that there's more, it's going to give the storm more spin, which will increase the spin inside the storm. A storm like this was probably pretty close to that boundary. That's why I'm keeping a close eye on it. Got a little bit of instability. It's got a gust front. Could develop some rotation on the northern side of that gust front. So we're keeping an eye on that. This one, if this one can ride that boundary, it can become a tornado threat and stay a tornado threat for a decent amount of time. So I'm keeping a close eye on this storm. I think it's kind of in the right area. I show the boundary again. Let me see if the METAR data can give us like a great understanding or better understanding of exactly where that is. Wind direction is what I'm looking for. Yeah. So you see, like, okay, so further to the south, you see how our arrows are pointing up here. So that's where our wind is going out in front of these storms. But you see these blue arrows? That comes all the way down to here. Try to draw it as good as possible. And these ones are kind of wonky. So our boundary is pretty much right in here, right now. So there's our boundary. A lot of instability to the south of that. In fact, I think it extends kind of like something like this. As you can see, we do have an arrow right there. And so there's our boundary. And then so down to the south of this, that's where all of our instability is. You can see this storm is going to be working its way into some better instability and is right next to that boundary. So it could definitely latch onto that and try to produce. So, oh yeah, starting to see some rotation. I think we're about to get our first tornado warning here. So let's switch back over to weather-wise. To guarantee we have up-to-date radar information. Rotation right there. Tornado warning might be imminent. So watch out there in Parsons and Decaturville, a tornado warning. If this can rotate for just a little bit longer, it will prompt a tornado warning. Hopefully it dies off. But we do have a tight little couplet now forming near Rhodestown. No debris signature yet, but certainly be ready. Thank you, Chandler, for the 5. And my theory was spot on. These are the storms we were monitoring at the beginning of the stream, and now this storm is doing kind of what any storm is going to have to do today, especially in this area, to be a tornado threat. It's just in the right area near the boundary. It's moving into that better instability, and it's right on the edge of that boundary. So it's going to have increased vorticity right where it meets that boundary. So our boundary is probably draped right in there, most likely. Do I think it will be in Memphis? Just depends. Just depends on if we can get enough mature cells. Any mature storm that fires back over near like Pine Bluff and DeWitt, which is actually where storm intermedia is near DeWitt there. They will eventually try to move over into the Memphis area. So, you know, those are going to be your threat. Not really necessarily storms that are off to your east, obviously, but like these guys that can form back here, if they can mature, that'll be your tornado threat for the day. These storms are still struggling at the moment, given the fact that they are most likely north of the boundary right now. But this is going to be an area we're going to have to watch. Quarter-sized hail, still an issue over here near Walden, Arkansas. If we have our latest scan in, we do. Still some decent rotation here. Heading towards Regan and Cedar Grove. Multiple mesos trying to organize near Pine Bluff. Let me see. Not really. Not concerned about those storms yet. They need a little bit more time. Yeah, Clarksville is like above north of that boundary. So if it does work its way up to the north a little bit, then Clarksville will be in a little bit more of an organized threat. That's why you're in a tornado watch, but it's a little bit uncertain if that's going to happen there for you. I do want to check back in on these storms in Kentucky again. Yeah, still mainly just a gust front here with some of these storms, but this one over here near Science Hill is looking a little interesting. Kind of seems like it might be trying to rotate a little bit in there. I have to watch out for this storm for a tornado threat there in southeastern Kentucky. Check on the special weather statement storm as well. Yeah, looking good here for now. West Virginia, nothing's happening over there. Any info on Pulaski? Isn't Pulaski like in southern? Yeah. Yeah. Your threat is going to be developing with some of these storms back over in this region. But it's going to be a while before they make it to you because they're really not going to have much eastern movement unless they are riding the boundary. Before then, if they're south of the boundary, they'll be mainly going to the north. To the north. All right, latest scan has come in on their storm. Okay, a little bit less rotation, but it looks like this storm is cycling now. Still have a pretty prominent gust front here, so we still have to watch that northern portion of this storm, but it's still not tornado warned. So you technically don't have to be in your safe spots, but just know that this storm is in kind of the right spot to do something if it can get its act together. Are things looking for Franklin, Tennessee? Where is Franklin? Yeah, I mean, you're going to be down the path of this storm, so, be ready to act when it gets there if it's still looking dangerous. I think you Dark Seed for the 5. Or Said, maybe? Maybe that's your name? Dallas, I think, has a pretty low overall severe weather risk. There is a possible chance that, storms could fire, as far back as San Angelo, but that won't happen until later on in the night. These storms are, they look like they allowed this severe thunderstorm warning near Sulphur Springs to expire. But they did put just put a new one on this storm over here near Broken Bow in Idabel. And it's going to be for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. You live near Wright City, Broken Bow. You guys need to be indoors and away from windows. And then over here near Waldron in Boonville, we still have a severe thunderstorm warning for you guys, and that's mainly for just hail, 1-inch hail, so quarter-sized hail. Let me see what this storm looks like from our Nashville radar. Do we have a good look on it yet? No, we don't. All right, we do have our latest scan in on the storm. Still a gust front to the south, but that rotation is still struggling to get organized. It's not quite there yet. Any threat to Indiana? Not really. If you live in like far southern Indiana, there's a small chance you could get severe weather. Thank you, Chandler, for the 2. Florence, yeah, Florence does have to be weather aware. You're not in a tornado watch yet, but if we do get a lot of tornadic activity happening in like northern Mississippi, they'll probably extend it into Florence. I think Florence is about as far into Alabama as we'll get with this threat. Pittsburgh needs to be weather aware. It's a low chance, but there is a small possibility for some storms to make it up there. Check back over here near Kentucky. It seems like these storms have some decent inflow to them. This one's definitely a supercell as well. Thank you, Tony, for the 10. Thank you so much. Very nice of you. A little something in there. I'm not sure if that's a legitimate signal or not. Let me see. I'm still waiting on that latest velocity signature. It appears like that's in the inflow of the storm. But if it gets a little cluttered there with our rain, they might be forced to issue a tornado warning on this. Let's see here. They've extended this to the east with a tornado possible tag on it now. That's going to be heading towards Eubank and Science Hill. Still have some broad circulation with this guy here in Kentucky as well. Madison County, Kentucky. I'm not sure where that is. It's like name like the biggest city in that county. That will help. Yeah, latest scan on our storm. Still a gust front on the southern side. That's where our strongest winds will most likely be. Heading towards Decatur and Parsons. Still not really developing that circulation yet. By the way, guys, if you're just tuning in, maybe like you might be tuning in from the Arkansas region. Just want to give you guys a quick little update. We're not going to go super into detail. I just want to make sure you guys know that tomorrow will be more dangerous than today, most likely. We now have a 4 out of 5 for severe weather near Sulphur Springs, Texarkana, Hot Springs, Little Rock, and Russellville. Make sure you're tuned in. And today, our biggest risk is going to be through Mount Pleasant, Texarkana, Hot Springs, Pine Bluff, Jonesboro, Batesville, Hernando, Memphis, Corinth, Dyersburg, Dixon, just reaching into the Nashville area there as well. It's a 3 out of 5 for severe weather. But tomorrow is looking pretty dangerous again for Arkansas. All right. Latest scan just came in. Billy gust front to the south. Maybe a little bit more green showing up here in the north, but still not looking very I mean, it's looking like it's got broad rotation, but it's not tight enough circulation to like bring up any red flags for me yet, which is still why there's probably not a tornado warning on it. Also for Columbia, Kentucky, we're still keeping an eye on this storm. A little bit something up there. It's kind of in some rain. But it still appears that is in the inflow of the storm. That's probably why they haven't pulled the trigger on that, but I wouldn't rule them out. Rule it out that they will never put a tornado warning on any of these storms because again, or not. I think I said that. I phrased that wrong, didn't I? But keep in mind that a tornado warning is possible for these storms. There we go. It's not impossible. These storms, although they're not in the best environment that we have out there right now, there's still some decent cheer, so they could eventually try to produce. Hello. Welcome, everybody. Another day, huh? Another day. We'll get through it together, though. There's just so like it's just gonna be we're gonna be live every day this week. Is just the bottom line, unfortunately. And we'll be the good news about the day is that I got full night of sleep, so we'll be able to go all the way throughout the day with this broadcast. Savannah, Tennessee. Where is Savannah? Ugh. We're still getting a lot of questions. Let me go back over here to Radar Omega. Yeah, no, your main threat is going to be from these storms for now, and then there might be something that kind of moves in behind that, right? So yeah, you're definitely going to need to be weather aware. You are in that tornado watch, but there aren't any rotations near you. We just have a developing tornado threat back over here that we're keeping an eye on. You see, most of these storms back over here are kind of north of that boundary. I think Contessa for the 20. Yeah, no problem. No problem. All right, latest scan here with this storm north and west of Sardis. Maybe a little bit more rotation, trying to get organized. You can see our greens are increasing a little bit, and so are our reds on the south side. So we might have a little bit of a couplet right here in this area as this pushes off to the east. My take on Murfreesboro. Is Murfreesboro like somewhere in here? Yeah. Murfreesboro, yeah, I mean, you know, we do have a boundary here. We have better instability rising up into this area. So yeah, I mean, I'd be keeping an eye on it. You're on a tornado watch. You know, watch out for tornadoes. It's gonna be bad in Memphis tomorrow too. Not as bad as today, it seems. Yesterday was brutal. Yeah, it was. That is for sure. It was a very, very long day. I did a 14-hour live stream yesterday, and I'm feeling it today, so I can only imagine if he did 16 hours. Do I see rotation in Bobo? No, the only area in Tennessee right now that I'm seeing rotation that is kind of worth keeping an eye on is just north of Sardis, Tennessee, heading towards Decaturville. Just got an extension here of our tornado warning. I mean, sorry, of our severe thunderstorm warning. A 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, moving towards Linden. I think we haven't got a good look from this radar yet. Not really. We'll stick with this one until we get a little bit closer to the Nashville area. 14 hours? Now that's a full day. Yeah, it was. That was hard to do. You guys are looking good for now, but the boundary does extend into this area, potentially all the way down into near San Angelo. So we are expecting some storms to eventually fire. Your main threat will be, damaging wind and hail threat, but you can't rule out tornado threat in Wolf City. Storm near DeWitt is trying to get a little bit more organized. We have storm on our media near that storm. Thank you, Heather, for the 10. Thank you so much. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, we will be all over it today and tomorrow, as long as our voice can hang in there. I'm trying to keep my voice, I'm trying to keep close to the mic today, and so my voice is louder without me having to raise my voice. South of Memphis, we have a lot of contamination. Yeah. If I come back down to here, I'll turn it on. You see how there's like just a bunch of mess there? There's a little bit of rotation. I think this might be legitimate there near Clarksdale, though. Check from this radar, see. Hey, this radar's not really showing that, though, so maybe that is some inflow contamination with that one in particular. Let's check on our storm over here. Then we'll go check in on Kentucky again and Texas and Arkansas. Latest scan out of this storm. Appears like we still have some circulation here north of Sardis. It's still just not quite there to where I'm concerned about it yet, but it's still trying to get it organized. And then back over here near Kentucky, we still have severe weather happening up here near Columbia and Science Hill. Broad circulation still with this storm, mainly just a gust fronts heading through the Columbia area. And it seems like rotation with this storm is falling apart quite quickly as that pushes into Science Hill. Yeah, I won't be raising my voice today. I'll be just I have to stay really close to the mic though, or the volume will be too low. Yeah, hopefully it doesn't. That's what we're hoping. We're hoping this storm stays. You know, I'm hoping the storm behaves. Let me see if Pagey Tornado is live. It should be going live. I think at around 2. Yeah, she's going live in 7 minutes. You were in Tennessee. Well, if you're in Tennessee, there's a good chance you're in this tornado watch, unless you live in like Eastern or Tennessee. Little Rock, you guys are in a strong tornado risk today. Your threat is developing to your left. These could be the first storms we have to keep an eye on for a tornado threat. Unfortunately, though, a little bit difficult to keep an eye on these storms as the Dallas radar has been struggling. Is it back? Yeah, you can see it skip here. That means it's. I mean, it did just put out a new scan. Not seeing much rotation with these storms yet, but again, these should be north of that boundary. Let me check. That boundary is back over near Texas. Yeah, they are north of the boundary. They should mainly just be elevated hailers back over here. Our boundary in Texas is like down in this region. Here, actually, let me actually show y'all where it is, because that's where the storms will be firing and maturing throughout the day. So yeah, you can see our wind barbs are going up here and going down over here. Our boundary in Texas is really down in this area. It actually sinks quite a bit to the south. So yeah, if that can rise to the north a little bit, but even if we get some storms fire to the north of the boundary, they can still be a severe hail threat, as you can see with this one. The tornado threat with the storms that are north of that boundary will be lower. All right, let's come check back in with these storms. Interesting area of rotation back over in here. There is reflectivity. We might have a little bit of a bookend vortex happening here. Debris on that. Let me see if the Nashville radar sees that. But it's a little bit further, so it might not. Really, that's not really picking that up. Let me see which one of these radars are closer to our storm itself. Yeah, 12,000 feet from there. Yeah, this one, our radar in Memphis is still closest to there. Check back over here with these storms. Yeah, these storms are still struggling to mature. For near to Witt, these storms are still struggling as well. Is there any fatalities reported from yesterday? Yeah, I think there are, unfortunately. I don't know how many. I think I can find an answer on that pretty quick. Yeah, so far the fatalities are 4. 3 in Tennessee, 1 in Missouri. We had 728 tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings issued during the tornado break, the single day highest count since the 2011 super outbreak. Wow. Yeah, well, that guy, WX Fatalities, he usually updates throughout the day. So if it's higher than that, I'm sure that post was 4 hours ago, but he hasn't posted since then. So it could be higher than that, but that's the latest information right now. Okay, yeah. Whatever that was up there doesn't seem to have been legitimate. Who the heck is this? Let me make sure this isn't a call I'm expecting. Hello? Who's this? Not important. All right. All right, latest scan here. I think a rotation's getting a little bit weaker on this guy. So I wonder if this has skipped over the boundary. Next one to hit the boundary would be this guy down here near Savannah. If that's the case. If the boundary is like in this area, our frontal boundary, and this one might be north of it, and then this one might be about to go over it, because generally these storms are moving, you know, they're not going to stay on the boundary the entire time. We had a spam call yesterday too. And I'm expecting a call from rail fans trying to get some sort of deal worked out with them being able to use their cameras, but they still haven't called. Storm tracker, our PA storm trackers will be live at 2:30. Okay, awesome. Thank you. And Nikki Sandy for the 5. Sorry to ask, just got home. What is the forecast for Palmyra? So for Palmyra, you guys are north of the boundary right now by quite a bit. We are expecting that to push up to the north a little bit throughout the day. So it is possible that you guys could get more organized severe weather. But as of right now, your main threat for most of the day until that boundary lifts up to the north is just going to be rain and thunder. A young man that works for the electric company killed in Tennessee last night. Oh no. I updated my vehicle warranty. I don't think I have. Hopefully somebody calls me about that soon and tells me how I can do that. I haven't even thought about my vehicle warranty. But don't worry, guys. I answered a spam call yesterday, and all of our money troubles are over. A Nigerian prince is going to be transferring me $1 million soon today. They said soon. I sent them 10 grand, and they're trading me for $5 million. We're good to go. And thank you, Daddy, for the 2. Oh man, read that screen name. It just sounded so weird coming out of my mouth. Thanks for doing that. Can you change your screen name? Still gonna answer your question, but don't clip that. Do not do that. Oh, great. Now that I said don't do it, they're gonna do it. Yay. Pulaski. All right. Where is Pulaski? It's down here. Yeah. You got a little while. We're watching these storms for you. Down over here in northern Mississippi, these storms will eventually make it up to you if they can get mature. Really gotta like think before I read chat, right? If they're as good for you, it is. Yeah, it is. I agree, especially in stressful times. Let's go check back up here near Kentucky. Wow. This storm actually has some pretty decent winds with it. Kind of that same thing we were keeping an eye out there in Tennessee. You know, we definitely got a little surging gust front here. We got to watch the northern portion of that for some rotation. But if you live near Prestonsburg, Martin, and Betsy Lane, in Pikeville, Kentucky, you need to be indoors and away from windows. Some quarter-sized hail and some 60-mile-per-hour winds are coming your way. My audio sucks. What? Is anybody else having my audio cut in and out? Gotta check. Always gotta check. It's always possible. No. Okay, so if your audio is glitching, it's a YouTube thing, not me. So make sure that you refresh your thing, and then it should be fine. Just leave the stream and come back if the audio is glitching. It's not a me problem. It is a known YouTube issue. Over here near Science Hill, the storm is moving off to the east still towards Mount Vernon, heading towards Livingston. No, it's not his fault. He didn't know.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
Oh, okay. I was like, why did they put a severe thunderstorm watch here, but a tornado watch over here when a strong tornado threat's over here? Then I thought about it, and I was like, yeah, it's going to be southern Arkansas that'll probably get that tornado watch. Up here should be north of the boundary throughout most of the day. There's definitely a hail threat up here. But yeah, Little Rock, Hot Springs, Malvern, and Benton. I mean, Little Rock and Hot Springs are in the strong tornado threat today. I don't know. Let me read the details on this. What does it say? Scattered large hail of up to very large hail events, isolated damage and wind, a tornado or two are possible. Okay. Interesting. I wonder if they've changed their opinion about how far north the boundary goes throughout the day. Storm in Pikeville is kind of rotating. It's also going. Oh, is that where he lives? As a former employee of him, I had no idea. Just kidding. I knew that's where he is. I just didn't want the whole chat to be revolved around that. But yes, technically, the storm is moving towards the Ryan Hall area. But I doubt he's watching. He's probably watching his own radar. But, if he is, you need to get indoors and away from windows. But he's probably not, because he already knows that. And yeah. Anyways, there is no rotation on this storm, though, right now. Nothing that's concerning me. We're just watching a gust front. It's moving this way. We got to watch the northern portion of there, but there's not any concerning rotation. This is still a kind of an outflow dominant storm, but we do need to keep an eye on it. Just in case. You got to watch those gust fronts pretty closely. Let's see. Got some increased inflow happening here with this storm south of Columbia. That severe thunderstorm warning, and then we still got Mount Vernon and Livingston needing to be watching out. There. Is this now closer to here? Not yet. What does it mean? Okay, boundary. So the best way to envision the boundary is by using our wind directions. And so wherever our wind's going up from the south, that is where our instability is going to be, our storm food. These storms need food to survive, right? And you can see wherever these red and blues meet, that is our boundary, right? So, and you can see that's where a lot of our severe thunderstorms are, right? Because these storms are, they got a little bit of increased vorticity near the boundary. That's where tornado threats also going to exist and live. Also, we got a severe thunderstorm warning here for Memphis now. That is going to be for quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds heading towards South Haven, Germantown, and Piperton, and also Oakland. But yeah, that's our boundary, and so it's essentially where the northern winds meet the southern winds, and down south of that boundary, that's where our instability is. So any storms that can fire to the south of that, we're going to have to really watch out for. But still, if any storm can latch onto this boundary and still get enough instability, that could also be a tornado threat. So that's what I mean when I'm saying boundary. Over here, we also have a boundary here in Arkansas going into Texas. Any storms that happen to the north of that is going to be a severe weather threat, maybe with a small chance for a tornado. And anything that can kind of strengthen south of this boundary, move over the boundary, or not move over it, but latch onto the boundary, there will be increased spin along our boundary. And so, with the shear environment that's out there, plus that increased spin, if a storm can latch onto it, that is going to be our strongest tornado threat for today. Yes, I think they might have. I will say on our METAR, seems like our boundary is still kind of hanging down here, as far as I can tell. So maybe they did change their opinion on how far north they think it's going to go. I mean, if it could stay out, but again, Mother Nature don't care what their opinion is. Although the SPC is usually pretty darn smart. And yeah, I mean, it just depends. If we start to see some of these blue arrows, right? Shift to pointing this direction, then then our boundary is moving out to the north. But we're not seeing any evidence of that just yet. So we shall see. If that boundary never goes up to the north, we just might not see a whole lot of anything happen today. Did I thank Hickory Chip? Thank you, Hickory Chip, for the 5. Any concerns regarding Northeast Ohio this weekend? No, I don't think so. Pretty sure you guys are in Northeastern Ohio. I don't think any of them. Well, tomorrow there is some. Oh no, not tomorrow, but the day after tomorrow there is some severe threat up there. But I don't think you're going to have a significant severe threat. You're in a marginal risk. All right, let's go check back in on some of our storms. My voice goes completely out. We're going to have to do a whisper stream. I'm sorry. Just letting you guys know. Turn up the volume to max and just whisper. Still got some gust fronts here associated with these storms, but they're still not really rotating too much. This one has some broad circulation. They're still mainly just a damaging wind threat, pushing off towards Linden. You're confused. Confused about what? Yeah, Clarksville does have a storm moving through the area. It is non-severe and no rotation, so nothing to worry about there in Clarksville. For now. Maybe later. We'll see. My voice should be good, though. I mean, I can definitely feel it's struggling a little bit in comparison to normal, but feels pretty good. Anything coming to central Pennsylvania? Not really. They're going to be out of it, I think. Let me just double check for today. If anything, it's going to be today. Yeah, I guess just a little bit into central Pennsylvania. Like over there near Williamsport, like south of Williamsport, but mainly going to be southeastern Pennsylvania that could potentially see some severe weather. Sounds horrible in Clarksville. I promise it's not. It's just heavy rain and some lightning. Guys will be all right, I promise. I'd be playing out in that storm. No, that's not a tornado watch. That's a severe thunderstorm watch in northeastern Texas. But tornadoes are technically possible, they said, with some of these storms. But it should be mainly a hail and damaging wind threat because, again, these storms are north of our boundary. They should remain elevated with a small chance of becoming surface-based. Our main storms today are going to be any one of these down in here that can mature south of that boundary and then latch onto it as a mature storm, or any storm that can form near the boundary and ride it to the east. All right, Steven. Yeah, we'll still be on. We'll be on pretty much all day. I have decided this is the stream. Let's see what Storm Runner Media is looking at. Oh, wait. And also, Paigey should be live, so we should probably set her up. Unless she pushed it back. Nope, she's live. She started her stream 69 seconds ago, according to YouTube. Get her set up. Oh, wow. She's already got a view of a storm down here as well. Look at that. Got some storm action. You know, Paigey's been doing such a great job. She deserves so many more viewers than she gets. She did such a great job yesterday, the day before. They have been on fire. Her and Bryce. Oh my gosh. Everybody in chat's saying nice. You see what I'm saying? Everybody in chat's nice until you say something that has to do with any innuendo. I knew that was gonna happen too. As soon as I said it, I was like, I'm just gonna watch chat and wait for the. And it's fine though. You guys just said noise, which is fine. Better. You guys are improving. I'm proud of you. Chat is human. You're all 14-year-old mentally. Lord. Oh wow. Okay. So our Nashville radar, which I think is now our closer radar, let me just double check in on that. Yeah, it is our closer radar now. Is at the very least, hinting at a strengthening inflow to our storm here near Decaturville. Thank you, Richard, for the 5. I do appreciate that. Thank you so much.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
And there's that southern tornado watch. Now we have a new tornado watch here for Tyler, Longview, Shreveport, Texarkana, El Dorado, Camden, Fortis, Monticello, McGee, Dumas, Pine Bluff, DeWitt, Cleveland, Shelby, and Brinkley. If you live in this area, don't be a Dumas and be watching out for those tornadoes. Because storms are trying to develop in our southern mode. They're not quite there yet, but they're trying to. We'll be keeping an eye on those suckers. We got a new update on our severe thunderstorm warning. Still 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Stay away from Dallas. Yeah. Hopefully they don't. But I mean, again, the boundary is south of Dallas right now, but we are getting some convective initiation around the Dallas area, but they haven't quite gone through. I'm not reading your name, but thank you for becoming a WIMD member. Jeez Louise. Thank you, Courtney, for becoming a WIMD member. And still keeping an eye on these storms. Yeah, still strengthening inflow with a little bit of broad circulation here. Still heading towards the Linden area. Here is Paigey's view of the storm. She's in northern Mississippi. She's actually looking at the developing storms that are in northern Mississippi. This is what they look like as of right now. A little bit unorganized. Oh wow, the sun's coming out on Stormrunner Media's feed. Pennsylvania storm trackers yet? Can we switch over to our storm chaser view? They are. All right, so let's go ahead and switch over to here. Actually, no, I got to get them set up first. Hold on. I'll put them. There's that. I'll put them here. They're starting soon. So we have Pennsylvania storm trackers chasing today. We have Pagey Tornado who's chasing today, and we have Stormrunner Media. And if Brett doesn't go live, we'll also have Tyler Kurtz. We'll have 4 storm chasers, maybe 5. Just depends. When Brett goes live, we're definitely going to have Brett on here too. Let me make sure Pagey's up. And just to let you guys know that they have no data, and it looks like they added a new no data screen that shows tornadoes. So just keep that in mind. If it's a picture of a tornado, it's not real. On the top right, see like that. That's just a picture from the past. All right. Latest scan on our storm near Linden. Still a strengthening inflow on this storm heading up towards the Linden area. Back over here near Kentucky, we're still watching these severe thunderstorm warnings. This one's heading into Russell Springs. Potentially with a strengthening area of rotation. Kind of have to keep an eye on this storm near Russell Springs and Jamestown. And then up over here near Somerset, we have a severe thunderstorm warning with 60-mile-per-hour winds. And it also has a strengthening inflow heading into the Livingston area. Sometimes a strengthening inflow can be an indication that a storm is trying to organize rotation, but it doesn't always mean that. Also, let me get chat set up over here too. Oh, yeah, you're right. Sorry. Let me get that set up. There we go. Sorry about that. There we go. Perfect. All right. Yeah, then over here near Prestonburg and Martin, just need to be indoors and away from windows. It looks like this one's going to go potentially north of Betsy Lane, Coal Run, and Pikeville. We're going to step. Oh, we also just got a new severe thunderstorm warning on our southern storm here for Clinton and Hohenwald. That's 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. And then over here near Memphis, our storm has pretty much gone through the Memphis area and is now moving on to Piperton and Oakland. Don't have much of really anything to talk about in terms of rotation there, but some damaging winds are possible when some 1 inch hail as that pushes off to the east. And back over here near Oklahoma and Broken Bow, we still have some severe storms with some 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds with them as well, moving off towards the north. Eventually, is going to make their way into Arkansas near Mena. And further down to our south, keeping an eye on these storms that are going to be south of our boundary. So far, though, they're not really organizing yet. So our main threat still is over here near Tennessee. Change our radars back to dots. That's getting in the way of some of our cities. Lebanon, yeah, you guys are going to be in the threat down the line. We do have some storms trying to make their way over to you. Holy crap. Thank you, Eric, for the $50 donation. Thank you so much on Venmo. That is extremely nice of you. Looks like we have a new mesoscale discussion out here for parts of Kentucky. Severe weather threat continues to the afternoon for eastern Kentucky in this area, right where that boundary is. And thank you, Freedom, for the 5. Thank you so much. Thank you for your efforts. Yeah, no problem. Jesse, I think you're going to be fine in Tennessee. Just in Nashville, just be making sure that you are weather aware. Can I see what's going on in Nicholasville, Kentucky? Let me see where that is. Do not know how to spell it. Let me copy and paste. Hold on. I'm trying. There we go. Bam. Yeah, right now you guys are kind of like right north of the boundary in Nicholasville, so you're south of Lexington. So the boundary would need to lift a little bit further up to the north.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
New severe thunderstorm watch has been issued. What's that? Wind advisory down there in Louisiana.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
That severe thunderstorm watch was issued. I'm assuming it's going to be back over here. Let me see. I can get the latest on that before it comes through. No, I guess they might have just been like a late thing that came through there. Let's check our latest on our severe thunderstorm warning here. Yeah, still some broad circulation over near Linden. Still pushing off to the north and east. We still have an area of rotation over here near Clinton as well. Let me take off our has cams here because we won't be using them. It's Clifton and Hohenwald. Thank you, Tammy McKinney, for subscribing. Thank you so much. As far as Nicholasville, what time will that boundary be hitting us? So don't know. Do not know. It's kind of conditional, where it moves. If we just get too much rain, it probably won't ever make it up there to you. A little bit of surge here, wind surge on the southern part of this storm. It does seem like this storm is trying to get an inflow going here, but as of right now, it's mainly just a gust front here south of Prestonburg heading into Martin. Probably where the most intense winds are as well in Kentucky. Back over here, storm still has some broad circulation. This storm over here is in quite the radar hole, but best as we can tell, just mainly some damaging winds heading into Russell Springs and Jamestown. The temps going up? Yeah, they will be going up throughout the day a little bit. Get enough sleep? Yeah, I got a full 8 hours, so I'm good to go all day. I'm good to go all day. It's Pagey looking at. They've been just like staring at that area of this cloud for a long time. A little bit behind on our stream. Yeah, I think the play for storm chasers is, I guess, they're just going to be trying to stay south of that boundary until there's a storm to kind of go up on. I think Storm Hunter Media is trying to. Yeah, that looks like Storm Hunter Media is going south of the boundary now, where we have more instability, less cloud cover. Let's make sure we're current on their stream. Yep. And then PA Storm Trackers is deep into some rain. Okay, so they're near Milan, Tennessee. Let's go over our storms. It's going to be looking for rotation. Don't really need to continue to tell folks they're in a severe thunderstorm warning. Yeah, still not a whole lot. Having a little bit of a gust front forming here near Mitchie, though. We might get a severe thunderstorm warning on a couple of these storms. Got to keep an eye on these. These ones might be just south of that boundary near New Albany. On over here. That's side lobe contamination. We'll do a broad view for a little bit, so at least everybody can see their severe thunderstorms and how they're moving. All the severe weather we've had over here in the last month, exhausting. Now historical flooding. Yeah, it's been a crazy couple of days. It's kind of insane. Hickman, Perry, Tennessee, 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour warning for you guys. I think you named last for the 10. Thank you so much. You have a birthday on the 15th. I told my friends and family the best gift is that they subscribe to you and donate 5 because wonders. Oh, I think that's nice of you, but come on, man. Your birthday is about you. It's the one day that it's supposed to be about you. I should be donating $10 to you. All right, come back over to here. As we patiently await the storms. Let me feed my dog real quick, too. He's starting to bug me. You're right. That's as he's all fed and happy. Happy dog makes a happy Evan. You can see pretty clearly on radar here. We have two supercells kind of side by side here, northeast of Clinton, Tennessee. And eventually, these storms might try to do something. Now, again, it's not a guarantee, but one thing that these storms will definitely be is a severe weather threat. They're kind of riding a little boundary of vorticity and instability. And they could end up doing something, and if they can get oriented just right. So, got a little bit of a supercell trying to develop now to the east of Memphis. Look at that. Big old gust front here, wrapping around, heading into Kohlerville. Might eventually see rotation back up in that area. But yeah, you can tell that supercell just to the east of Memphis. This one might have to keep a close eye on there as well. Let me see. I should be able to actually get a camera view on that. Let's go do that really quick. I know we have a bunch of cameras in the Memphis region. Let's see if we can see it. Oh, dang it. They actually stop right where the storm is. That's just peachy. I guess we can see what it's like inside the storm. The northern side. Yeah, mainly just rainy. A little rain mess. You can see this storm right now is a little bit outflow bound, or a little bit outflow dominant, and it's got a pretty large outflow boundary. But there's definitely going to be some gustier winds within that leading edge, heading into Pipertown and Oakland. Get you an update to my DMs. Let me check that out. Oh wow. Looks like they're in Montgomery County in Tennessee. They have been hard at work trying to make sure that the debris blockages in the rivers are cleared out so that they don't overflow too much. They've had like a lot of heavy machinery out in the area trying to clear off the roads. Okay. There you go. Now you guys know my email. It just randomly popped that up. Facebook is dangerous. I don't trust it. Yeah. All right. Go check back over here with these two storms. You're in Clarksville, Tennessee. Supposed to get any tornadoes today. Hold on. Got a little bit of circulation right here south of Pleasantville. That might be almost enough to cause a tornado warning there. South and west of Pleasantville, near Linden and Chestnut Grove. There could also be some hail contamination though, because these storms do have a decent amount of hail. But let me see how that developed. It seems legitimate. And it's only been there for one scan. If it's there for another one and intensifies, that's going to be an, yep. Okay. We could be about to get a tornado warning here for this storm near Pleasantville and Upper Sinking, Centerville as well. It's been consistent there, and it's getting a little bit stronger. So we definitely have an area of rotation here. We see little areas like that of rotation produce tornadoes all the time. So if you live in Pleasantville and Upper Sinking, I would certainly be ready to go to your safe spots. It's calmed down a lot. Yeah. Near Clarksville, these storms will, it'll be on and off. You got some more rounds coming, but they're not going to be anything like it's going to be happening further to your south until that boundary gets a little bit closer. What does this radar look like? Oh, what the heck? Radar is pretty crazy. When the rotation goes away on the next scan. I think the only chaser that we have that would get kind of close to this storm would be PA storm trackers, but I'm not sure if they're out in front. They're near Milan, Tennessee. I think is more like the northwestern corner. Selmer, Tennessee, rated an EF3. Wow. It's a strong one. Still waiting for that latest velocity scan to come in. We are waiting with bated breath. Hopefully it comes in and that little couplet is gone. Usually when they're really small like that, they don't last very long. But if we get one more scan where that's escalating, they'll probably throw a NATO warning on that. Lake City has been rated an EF3. Okay, thank you for that update as well. So we had two EF3s. Wow. Yeah, latest scan, it's still there, but it is weaker than it was. That was certainly a close call there for the Pleasantville area, but I think it's still worth monitoring that area of rotation for sure. Back over here towards Kentucky. Check back in on these storms. Yeah, still broad circulation there near Jamestown and Russell Springs. Back over here, we still have this supercell to the east, but it's still, this is in Kentucky near Prestonburg. Still no rotation on it, but definitely still some stronger winds on the southern side. Now moving into Wonder, Kentucky. That will eventually be moving into areas like southeastern, or I guess more like just southern West Virginia. Yeah, we do have storms developing back over here. And again, it's south of our boundary, so those storms are going to be important to watch. Over here near Idabel, but we have a severe thunderstorm warning or warned storm moving into your area, but that they haven't pushed that warning in to Oklahoma just yet. And we got just kind of a big old mess here of some storms, really all the way from Ashdown up to Russellville there in Arkansas. Our main storms, I think, still are over here. And then also this storm over here near Memphis needs to be watched as well. And this one's going into Rossville and Oakland, but still not a whole lot of rotation on it just yet. How many blips are in Arkansas? Quite a few. It's kind of been blip city over here near Arkansas, to be honest, for most of the day. It's just kind of been blip city. Let's go check in. Yeah, it looks like our little circulation that was near Pleasantville is still technically there, but it's a lot weaker. So it does appear to be weakening at the moment. It was a close call. Thankfully that died off. We'll do a broad view of the storms for a little bit. Go broad view with our boundary, with a national radar. Everybody can kind of see their area for just a little bit while we wait for our latest radar scans to come in. HRRR and dew point maps show the boundary more north than expected. I haven't really been. I don't think the dew points are going to be that helpful. I'm mainly keeping an eye on where the winds are, as that's going to tell us where the boundary is. And if we go to radar Omega, we can see that our boundary is still draped down in this region. That's why a lot of the storms up in here are elevated, not really too much of a tornado threat. But our boundary is still pretty far south here into Louisiana and Arkansas. And then it kind of rises up further to the north. You can see where these storms are in Tennessee. It's pretty much right where our boundary is. Also going into Kentucky as well. That's probably a little bit of old data, but what are they looking at over there? Oh, I see. Oh, wow, look at that storm back over there. But we got Reed Timmer. They trying to like heckle them? What's going on?
Do they see us
A
now?
long boundary.
They look unenthused.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Well, that's
oh,
wait,
now
no,
they're
that's good.
blowing the horn at us.
They got like a
He's saying,
loudspeaker on
"I need to
their
see your
car.
storm chasing license. Pull over immediately." Oh my god.
They're saying they need to see their storm chasing license and they need to pull over immediately. That's funny.
Oh my gosh.
Hilarious. Reed Timmer's a goober. For sure. All right, let's come back in depth here with weather-wise. It looks like we got a hail core building on this storm here near Hohenwald. Might get a little bit of an increase here of our hail on this storm. You can see definitely getting some higher DBZs there. Yeah, around 71. Wow, wonder what our bill is on this storm. That matches up. Oh, yeah. Yeah, probably almost significant hail in this. Maybe some golf ball sized hail inside this storm right now. Heading up towards near 412 and just north of Hohenwald here in Tennessee. Man, look at that. Is so odd. That's like the boundary that is or not a boundary, but it's like a it's the big old. I can't even tell if that's if that's a shelf cloud. It's just the smoothest looking shelf cloud. Look at that. Why is it so dark underneath it? There's barely any precipitation that this storm is producing right now. Where they are, they're in just south of Memphis in Mississippi. Pretty cool view. See what our hail warning is on this. Yeah, it looks like it is that now at golf ball sized hail. Come back up here. Checking on our Kentucky severe thunderstorm warnings. Yeah, still not a whole lot in terms of rotation, but pushing over there towards EU Bank and Science Hill and Somerset. This one's pushing towards Lake Cumberland there in Kentucky. Does seem like they allowed that severe thunderstorm warning to expire on this storm near Betsy Lane. But still potentially some smaller hail inside of that. They did allow that severe thunderstorm warning over east of Memphis to also expire. Come back and check in over here. Yeah, storms are still struggling to get going south of our boundary. Oh, this one's might be trying to rotate over here near Wickens. That might be just a lot of side lobe contamination, though. Kentucky Fly Chicken soon? What is that? What is that? Is that like actual flies? Heck, I've never heard of that. Kentucky Fly Chicken. Let me search that. Kentucky Fly Chicken. I think you meant to say Kentucky Fried Chicken. That was probably a typo. Pretty calm out there right now. Storm that we were looking at on Pagey's stream, he's like over here near the Clarksdale area. So we just have this like really long area here of what appears to be some sort of confluence band or something there. And just look like a big old shelf cloud. Not much to say right now, other than these severe warnings over here, which this one has up to golf ball sized hail coming into the Hohenwald area. I'm checking our meso analysis really quick. Yeah, you can see where our tornado parameter is the highest, is just south of that boundary in Arkansas. we get any storms that can fire up in here, and if that can rise up to the north, that will be our initiating. I mean, that will be our area where we're concerned for those strong tornadoes, but it still seems like kind of just sit down there in southern Arkansas pretty much all day. So a lot of these storms that fire will be firing north of the boundary, but still some question marks. Seems to be rather conditional. If nothing fires by, about 6 hours from now. Let me see where our how our strongest shear is. Yeah, our strongest shear is down south of that boundary as well, which is where we would expect it. Yeah. Let's see where our divergence is. We are getting some divergence here into like northern Louisiana, but the lift down here further to the south is struggling. And it seems like our strongest area of upper level shear is into, the area where we're seeing most of our convection. Further to the south, it just might not have enough forcing down there. Let's see. These continue to be our most, concerning storms, at least in terms of their positioning. We need to just get an extension here of our severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to be for Santa Fe, Buffalo, Williamsport there. And that's golf ball sized hail. Oh, actually, no, now it's 2-inch sized hail. So they did upgrade it. So this is now a hen egg sized hailstorm heading up towards Buffalo, Bond, Shady Grove, and Prim Springs. So watch out. That's going to be enough to potentially crack some windows. All the pink here is hail. Once you get up, so the pink just kind of shows you the intensity of the thunderstorm, and it's measured in dBz's. And usually when you get over like around, when it should get past like around like 50 into the 60s of the dBz's, you're got some hail in that storm usually of some size. What's the Cape? Where these storms are, we got plenty of instability, like in the Louisiana area. But where these storms are, the Cape is around 1,500 joules per kilogram. These ones are riding the boundary. So these are, at least right now, I think our highest chance for an immediate tornado threat. We got around 35 knots of shear around these storms as well. So it's enough to support a tornado. Just depends on, if these storms can organize and become, bring that rotation down to the surface. Because they're definitely organized supercells right now producing 2-inch hail. That's a lot. I mean, that's bigger hail for sure. So if these can ride into like southern Nashville, and kind of get that rotation going, it could be bad, but still to be determined whether or not this storm will. According to our meso-analysis, though, it shouldn't really have much of a problem if it gets oriented just right. I mean, it's not out. If as long as it's not outflow dominant, it could very well produce a tornado. Also, it seems like these storms, let's see, very far south of Arkansas, like here near Camden, could potentially be just south of our boundary. But it's got to mature pretty quickly if it's going to try to do a tornado, but it probably won't have enough time. It's these storms down over here, in my opinion, that have the greatest chances of at least staying south of the boundary and, being able to tap into a decent shear environment and But over here in like northern Louisiana, we really aren't seeing much in terms of convection yet. The storm appears to be pretty outflow dominant at this point near Williston. So does this one here. Back up and check in on Kentucky. We haven't looked at Kentucky in a while. Yeah, maybe some broad circulation still over here near Somerset, heading towards Science Hill. The storm right now is warned for 1-inch hail. So continue to be indoors and away from windows. And we got another storm coming towards Brea, Kentucky as well. This one is also warned for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. The Nashville cells are looking pretty spicy right now. This one to the south is definitely in a little bit of a sweet spot, but the shear, like 35 knots of shear, can support tornadic activity, but it's certainly on the lower end of wind shear. So, if this storm is a little bit too susceptible to being outflow dominant, it's probably not going to try to produce a tornado, which it is kind of outflow dominant right now. But still can't rule out a tornado on either one of these cells. Like this one over here near Centerville and this one over here near Hohenwald. They are in some decent instability right now, and it's uncapped. So, which is why they are, increasing their hail size quite a bit. Nashville appears to be in the path of these storms for now. I'm kind of curious to see what our vorticity is. Oh yeah. Yeah, this is why we got to keep an eye on these storms. I mean, our vorticity right along where that boundary is quite high. You see these little blue lines really close to each other. That's the vorticity. And that can add rotation, help these storms rotate a little bit. We shall see what ends up happening. As of right now, we have a significant hail threat with this storm near Hohenwald, and that's pretty much the only thing we have to really talk about. It looks like they allowed that severe thunderstorm warning on the northern storm to expire. That hail is pretty much just north of Hohenwald, about to head into Bond and Shady. It'll be located right here where our Ville is, kind of near Hohenwald and Kittimans, and then Atna is going to be after that, and then Bond and Shady will eventually be getting some of that 2-inch hail. Again, that's big enough to cause some damage, break some windows. What's up, Chazzy? We shall see. I mean, there is stuff there for the environment. I mean, I'm just not sure if we have enough forcing in the Louisiana area south of the boundary to really support tornadic activity. I mean, these right here are just on the edge of the forcing. So if these storms can mature, they're going to have a pretty decent environment that they're going to move into with our lower level and upper level shear. So it's definitely worth keeping an eye on it. Thank you, Matt Biddle, for the 10. I do appreciate that. It does seem like these storms are trying to mature a little bit. Need to keep an eye on these guys. And this one, And this one is pretty much right on our boundary right now, near Camden and Fortis. But it's pretty much right on that line where that boundary is. In fact, let's go over to Radar Omega and just see how long that has to try to mature. Okay. Yeah. Seems to be already north of it. It's still technically in that instability, though. See, our wind barbs are moving down here. We definitely have that boundary still sitting pretty much right in here if the METAR data is still accurate. But we do have a little bit of instability still in this area. But this one might become maybe an elevated severe weather threat initially as it scrapes over through that instability, matures, moves over the boundary, then potentially kind of heads up north towards like the Pine Bluff area before it starts to lose its marbles. You know, it's possible to get the Mystico discussion outline area off the map. Yeah, you just go over to here, you scroll all the way down, which today is a lot of scrolling. And then you see where it says convective. There's a little eyeball near it. You just turn it off. Press the little eye, and it will get off. This storm technically has just a little bit of time to try to eke out a tornado. So technically, we should be coming back to it every now and then and checking in on it. But as you can see, most of our storms that are north of the boundary are mainly going to just be a rain and hail threat, like a small hail, rain, and wind threat. Wouldn't rule out some larger hail developing every now and then, though. Could still get some very large hail out of these storms. Back over here near our storm, Hohenwald area. Still warned for 2-inch hail. And it looks like that hail is now moving south of Etna and south of Buffalo, moving towards Bond and Shady Grove. Still continue to be sheltered in place. Yeah, if this storm is if this storm's not gonna really be as much of a severe weather threat from here on out, that's the one that's gonna be heading like into the Nashville area. It seems like this storm should go south of Nashville. Did just get a new severe thunderstorm warning in West Virginia. That's going to be for this storm near Williamson, near to Barton, Sarah Ann, Omar, Logan, and Henlawson. There is a little area of rotation on this, but that is in the inflow of the storm. Our mesocyclone is back down in this region where there really isn't any rotation, basically at all. So we're getting some side lobe contamination there in the inflow of the storm. That is pushing off toward the east, towards Henlawson and Logan. And man, I would certainly be indoors and away from windows because you do have a 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds on that storm there. We did just get a new update on today's risk. Oh, wow. Yeah, look how skinny they've made the 10% hatched risk. So our boundary's definitely further south than they originally thought. So looks like we nailed it on the head there. Someone came in the chat and said it was further north, but that was fake news. The hatched risk, they did actually keep y'all out of it. I think just barely. Let me see if it's on here so we can get a better look at it. Nope. Yeah, you're right. Is that right? I think it's even skinnier than this now. Yeah, so that's not the latest update. It hasn't come in yet. We still got to wait for that. And they're mainly highlighting just a very skinny corridor right where that boundary is and that instability meets, which is further down to the south. So they've cut off like areas like Little Rock are now barely in a tornado risk. Same with Hot Springs. I think Nashville is just outside of it now. That's crazy. It's crazy how right on top of where we've been where that boundary is where they've kept this tornado risk. This is like the skinniest 10% hatched risk I think I've ever seen. You're still in it? No. I mean, you're in a tornado risk in Palmyra, but I don't think you're in the 10% hatched risk.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Well, they did throw a tornado warning on this. Classic. So there's your area of rotation. As you can see, that's in the clear air of the storm. Our rotation should be back over in here, which we're not seeing much rotation with this storm, but they have warned. Seems they've warned the side lobe contamination. We'll keep an eye on it, just in case that does eventually wrap up. Areas that need to be in their safe spots again are Del Barton, Raglan, Barney, Pye, Sarah Ann, Barnabas, and Omar. They need to be in your safe spots. This storm doesn't have too much rotation now. You see, there's technically you could make the argument that there is some really weak circulation there, but back over this mess over here, that's not associated with anything. The center of that rotation is directly in the inflow of the storm. So again, that is side lobe contamination. You're not supposed to throw a tornado warning on that. It can be an indication though that the inflow is strengthening. Let's see if there's another reason. Maybe they're not warning it because of the side lobe. Let's see if there's any rotation aloft near our couple or near where our couplet should be. Or is not. That is why they're warning it. Okay. Very interesting. Happens every now and then. So fear not. But I would still be in your safe spots just in case. This does look like a supercell. Could eventually form some rotation in that mesocyclonic area here. Latest scan, still a little bit of rotation back in here. Heading near Del Barton and Omar. Let me see if I have a camera. I know we have some West Virginia cameras, and they're all kind of in some weird spots. So let me just double check, see if we got any cameras near this thing. One near Logan. Yeah. Let me see what it looks like. Yeah, we can use this one near Logan. A little bit too far to the north, but we'll just have it just in case it catches anything. Actually, yeah, what? This one. Okay, yeah, we'll use this. And see if we can get also a camera of that storm near Nashville yet. A lot in the Nashville area. There's Hohenwald. So yeah, once this storm goes, into Franklin, we have a lot of cams near there, so we can monitor the storm as it comes in that region. Wow, Melissa, that sounds delicious. Is that a normal occurrence? What? Side lobe contamination or getting a warning for side lobe contamination? It is in these states where they don't get tornado warnings a lot. Like there was this one time, it was in New York. New York doesn't usually get tornado warnings that often, so they're not super experienced with it. And so they I think there was like 40 to 50 tornado warnings issued, and about like 6 or 7 tornadoes happened, I think. And there was just a big problem with side lobe contamination with a lot of the storms, and they warned every single one of them. That one was annoying because there were also people who were live at the time that were not me that were calling those side lobe contaminations legitimate, but that's just lack of radar knowledge. It's a common thing. You got to know what's side lobe and what is not, and then learn how to identify where the mesocyclone of the storm would be. If you see rotation in the inflow, that is side lobe. Now, sometimes in the inflow, what this does show is not necessarily that there's rotation, but that there's a strengthening inflow, right? If you get that mesocyclone of the storm migrate into that strengthening inflow, you can start to see rotation. If you live in Omar and Sarah Ann here in parts of West Virginia, I would continue to be in your safe spots. What's going on in PA Storm Tracker's view?
It's low over there.
Yeah, it is.
You just barely.
And look at the base of that. The base of that cloud. It looks like it's like feet off the ground.
This is some thick rain.
It depends. It depends. So, like, if you have like a low precipitation supercell, it's a little bit different, right? You can have in a low precipitation supercell, there could be a mesocyclone, but there might not just be enough rain wrapping around it, right? And so it looks like it's side low, but if you have like enough green and it's a low precipitation supercell, then sometimes those can be like legitimate rotations. So you have to kind of it's a case by case basis type of thing. And for this storm, it's not a low precipitation supercell. You can see where its outflow boundary is quite clearly here. And a mesocyclone would technically be in this area, and there's a little bit of rotation there, but it's not a lot. But this over here is directly in the inflow. So this one's pretty easy to identify. Hydrate. Yeah, I'll drink some water. Let's come back. Checking on Kentucky here. Over here near McKee. Sand Gap still have 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds on these storms. A couple of broad circulations in this area. Nothing is tight, though. It's heading towards Livingston, McKee there in Kentucky. And then we have another severe thunderstorm warning over here near Santa Fe, where we have an outflow boundary located here. Maybe a little bit of rotation trying to develop on the northern side of this again, near Little Lot. Gonna have to watch that area. I think our correlation coefficient is behind again. Let's see what this is still warned for. Yeah, still warned for 2-inch hail. And again, that hail is pretty much going to be going right into Shady Grove now and eventually into Fly and Santa Fe. Oops. Into Fly. Fly is right here. Santa Fe is right here. So watch out. Got some pretty large hail coming your way. This storm can keep its strength. It's going to be trying to head into Franklin. Check around. Seems like we're trying to get at a couple more mature cells further in the southern part of our risk over here. Some of them are really mature, though. And I think this storm near Fortis is just about over that boundary. It might be trying to latch onto it right now, as there does seem to be a little bit of an increase of the inflow of the storm. Not so much in the way of rotation, but a little bit more of an increase there. Let's go check back in with these guys, which are still struggling to mature near Marshall, Texas. Eventually, these ones might be the main storms we watch today with the highest tornado risk if they can mature. Or if we get anything further to the south, try to mature as well. So these little blips down here, might have to keep an eye on those near San Augustine. Forcing is pretty weak, though, down here in the Texas-Louisiana border area. So those storms are going to struggle to mature. Let's go check back in on our tornado warning and see if we have any changes to our opinion. Are these storms moving into northern Arkansas and southern Missouri? Yes. So Arkansas and southern Missouri are going to have some thunderstorms. You can see that some thunderstorms are already making it in to southern Missouri. Now, there is a chance for a severe weather threat up there, but again, a lot of these storms are going to struggle to be much of a severe weather threat, mainly because, again, our instability is further down to the south. Pretty much right where this tornado watch is. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't look at that camera. We have access to the Mississippi ones, but every time I click on one, it's $10. So I only am ever going to use these cameras in Mississippi if we need to, not to just sightsee. That's an expensive sight to see. We got chasers down there anyways that we're already paying. So like over here, we have PA storm trackers in Robinsonville, Mississippi. Should be in northern Mississippi somewhere. I think they're like behind the line in Holly Springs near Walnut. I'm not exactly sure where Robinsonville is. Do I know how photographs work? Yep. This is what it looks like in the storm in Mississippi. You can see nothing too intense there yet, but we do need to keep an eye on these guys. You see where our boundary is in the northern Mississippi area. Yeah, it's to the south, like south of Clarksdale, Mississippi. That would be like Where's Clarksdale? So yeah, our boundary is pretty much like right in here. So all these storms are firing north of there. And our boundary extends back up to the north with this storm. Okay, it looks like they just changed the wording on the severe thunderstorm. Nope, it's still, they just continued it still for 2-inch hail. And that 2-inch hail is heading towards Fly still. Fly in Tennessee. Come up here and check in our tornado warning, see if we have any updates. Not really. Still no real rotation where the mesocyclone is. We'll check aloft just to be sure. Can get a little bit mountainy up here. Still not seeing anything concerning aloft. We'll probably allow this to expire unless they unless that side lobe contamination comes back. Then they'll probably rewarn it at some point. Hey Meta, welcome. Yeah, we're doing all right. Just kind of hanging out. So like the cameras are free. Like if you click on them, right, on the app, but you can't rebroadcast it for free. That's where the expense comes in. There you go. Hen egg sized hail there near Hickman and Maury, Tennessee. They can contest it for the 2. I'll go check that out. I just want to look at the rotations here. Yeah, still not rotating too much there in Kentucky. Sitting near Jefferson, Texas. Yeah, that's a good spot. A little bit of rotation is forming with this. Although our velocities are behind here. You see if radar Omega is better lined up. They're both behind. There it is. There's the new velocities. And a little itsy bitsy amount of rotation. So that could be an indication that this is forming mesocyclone there. And these will be the storms of the day if they can mature. These are the only ones that are currently. If we come, we go over to Radar Omega. You can see our boundary is up here. Actually, right about here. See our southern winds here moving up to the north. They're kind of in that sweet spot. They don't really have a whole lot of time. There's still a decent amount of instability further to the north of this, and a lot of vorticity in this area. So they'll have pretty much until they go north of like Hope and Camden. They can go if they go north of Hope and Camden without producing a tornado. Then we won't have to worry about them anymore. So, but they do have a little bit of time. So definitely need to keep an eye. These ones I still think are kind of in the perfect spot for the highest tornado threat for today. Seems like this storm near Fortis is getting a strengthened inflow, but it's about to hop out of our better instability here. Kind of just in the vorticity. Actually, no. This storm is about to become elevated. It is now north of our instability. That one has a low chance of producing. Back over here. Oh, wait. We'll go over this first. They just extended our severe thunderstorm warning here. Okay, they dropped the hail on it. That's good. We're talking now 1.25 inch hail. And that is $half sized hail. Heading towards Spring Hill and Franklin. Come back over here and check in on our tornado warning. Yeah, still not a whole lot of rotation in this. Barely some there near Sarah Ann. Man, it looks like you're not going to have to be in your safe spots for this. So, and I don't think you're gonna be required to. Hopefully, they don't extend that. Doesn't really need to be extended at this point. Yeah, still monitoring some areas of circulation over here near Kentucky. Still kind of broad and weak at the moment. Wow, pretty potentially a sign that our storm to the south here has a strengthening inflow on it. That could just be a whole lot of side lobe contamination, but that can also be an indication that our inflow is increasing into this storm. Let me see if that's the same thing with this radar here. It's not really. Thank you, Hannah, for becoming a WIMD member. Did tomorrow become a high risk? Ooh, I mean, the shear never gets that high. I mean, it'll be at around 50 to 60 knots, which is still pretty high. I mean, if confidence is high, I guess we can't like 100% rule it out. I mean, tomorrow looks pretty potent. I don't know if it's that potent. The heck? You know how colorful that umbrella is. That's fancy. You know, the best way to make sure your umbrella doesn't, fly away in the wind is just by poking a bunch of big holes in it, so the wind can move through. Super smart, I know. What's going on here? Kind of a bigger hailstorm, or it was a big hailstorm over here, but now the hail's kind of fallen off a little bit. But this storm could have a strengthening inflow. We're watching it still here for southern Nashville and Franklin. It is getting a little bit closer to where our cameras are, so we will eventually be able to get a view here near the Franklin area. And in fact, we should probably just set up, or at least find a camera that has got a sky view over here. Somewhere in this area. We can get lucky. Come on, show us some sky. Oh, wow. Look at this. Look at this road here. Like they blew up like a substantial portion of this hill to put this road through here. Jeez Louise. Or mountain. All these cars are driving in a mountain scar. Ouch. And I guess we'll just be trying to just see the hail because none of these cameras have a sky view. Did you post it in the reporter group? Yeah, we'll just do a direct intercept of that one. Seems like the hail core might be strengthening again, though, near Santa Fe. It might up this warning again. We're back up to around 73 dBZs in some of these spots. Yeah, 73.5 there, heading towards 840. Let's see where our Ville is the highest. Yeah, our Ville's still the highest over near Santa Fe. This is a little bit behind, but so that's probably closer to I-40, but that supports another golf ball sized hail warning or potentially a 2-inch hail warning again on this storm. So there's probably bigger hail than what's it's warned for right now.
And he gets a cop.
west of Mountain Home. Yeah, these guys are going to be non-threatening. Again, they got no instability. They're north of the boundary. Some large hail, though, could develop eventually over here, but as of right now, most of these guys are warned for small hail. Check back in on this storm near Jefferson. And there's where our mesocyclone is. It's kind of a low precipitation supercell, so that could be a legitimate area of rotation just to the north and east of Jefferson. Or it might not be. That could also be side lobe. But, if that gets tight and strong, they'll probably throw a tornado warning on this storm. Where's Storm Runner Media? Wonder. Are any of our chasers out over here? Let me see. Worst case scenario. Let me see if there are any chasers on Severe Studios. That's in Texas. We'll use them if we have to. Yeah, looks like Freddie McKinney is in Mississippi. Jordan Hall is in southeastern Arkansas. Nate Willard is in Kansas City. None of our chasers seem to have clued in on this storm on the models. We'd be good storm chasers, though, because I would have noticed that these are the storms of the day. I probably would have started like here near Pine Bluff. And at this point, I'd be driving down. Driving down towards like El Dorado. I'd be pretty close to this storm by the time. I probably would have picked Pine Bluff for today. Notice the boundary was further south and then clued in on these storms, just like we did earlier in the live stream. Y'all better watch out if I ever go on a storm chasing adventure this year. I might do one in the summer. I did one 2 years ago, and that was really fun. We caught like 4 or 5 tornadoes live on stream. Might do it again. I got Starlink now, so. Do you think Longview is going to be under a threat for much longer? No. No, these are going to be like, well, it depends. I mean, we could still get some initiating storms back here and further back to the west of our boundary. So there could still be more convection eventually, but that won't be until later. Sent it? All right, let me see. Oh, okay. This is cool. Look at this. How to spot a tornado. Velocity product scans wind direction and intensity. The green colors is wind going towards the radar, and red colors is winds going away from the radar. If these meet up at one point, then you might have rotation. This is known as a couplet. Now go to step 2. If the reflectivity product scans the reflectivity product scans the intensity of the rain. You are likely most familiar with this product. But to confirm the rotation, the rain must be aligned with the couplet. As you can see in this example, it seems to be. If it is, then you have rotation. This is known as a mesocyclone. How can we tell if a tornado is on the ground? The correlation coefficient product scans objects larger than raindrops in a storm. If a ball shape of darker colors like blue, you can see it right there, appears where the mesocyclone is, then you are likely to have a tornado on the ground. You know what I want you to do? Can you get all of those and send it to me in like a folder form, like on email? trying to think. Do I still have my website that I was working on? Did I mess it all up with the code? No, I haven't. Okay. Yeah, I can technically put it on my website that I worked on for like 0.3 seconds before I got busy. And then I can just use that to like go look at or show the graphics. These storms are still trying to mature. Let's go check in on our rotation. Decent little circulation there. Still, this is a low precipitation supercell, so that could be a mesocyclone there. I wish we had some sort of view, but I don't think there's a storm chaser live near this thing. Everybody thought the threat was going to be, either over here in Arkansas or southern Arkansas. Our boundary was just too far to the south, although this storm doesn't really have a whole lot of time to produce. And by the time, if it gets to like near Texarkana and it hasn't produced a tornado, but it will eventually latch onto the boundary. And that's probably when the highest chance for that to produce is. And that boundary should be somewhere near the Louisiana-Arkansas border. So like right up in here. So it might be pretty close to trying to produce, to be honest. And if it does produce or is cycling somewhere within this zone here, it'll be probably the highest tornado potential. So we're talking about areas like Queen City, Rodessa, Ida there in Louisiana, Queen City, Texas, Folk, and Bradley there in Arkansas probably have the highest tornado potential with this storm. Oh yeah, so that is low precipitation mesocyclone. You can see it's now wrapping around, so that is in a legitimate area of rotation, pushing off to the north and east. Now you can see how that's different than what that storm was like over here in West Virginia, right? It did, just like this storm, it had rotation that appeared to be in its inflow, but because that was a low precipitation cell, it turns out that side lobe contamination actually meant something. Also, I'm starting to see, man, this is the smallest, babyest little storm system with rotation. Yeah, very low precipitation cell there. Does appear to be trying to organize a mesocyclone as well, which again is the first thing that a storm needs to do in order to become tornadic. Forms a mesocyclone, starts rotating, drops a wall cloud, and then tornado. So we got a severe thunderstorm warning with this storm heading into Pine Bluff, Whitehall, and all-timer. This is 1-inch hail. And this is what appears to be an elevated storm. It should be a low tornado risk here, but we'll keep an eye on it. It'd be a good storm to watch to see if we have any tornado potential whatsoever north of this boundary. Because it's out of that main axis of instability, it still will hold some of its strength for a little bit. And this one, and even north of the boundary, can still be a hail threat. So if you live in Pine Bluff, Whitehall, be indoors and away from windows. Let's come back over to here, check in on our storm near Franklin. Oh boy. Yeah, it seems like our little indication here that our inflow was strengthening is happening here. And this storm is trying to form a mesocyclone here near Spring Hill. Who is that? They're like in the perfect spot there. I think that would be that's a Live Storms media chaser. Miss Jennifer McMahon. He's a tad too expensive for us, unfortunately. Storm looks crazy. Should be able to get a view on it as soon as this storm moves near Franklin, though. This storm looks absolutely like it's filled with hail. Wow. They getting pulled over? Did they? Uh-oh. Listen in. I don't think they did they?
You became honorary storm chaser.
Okay. Oh, you
Nah, that's just a storm chaser with a hard hat.
You tell her some DuckTales. Let me tell
They're
you
ready
how
for the
to
hail.
put
That's what
our
that
chat.
means. Yeah, it looks like you need to refresh the stream. I don't understand why.
A
Oh,
new tornado warning has been issued.
I'm changing the title to tornado warning in Spring Hill. Wow. In Tennessee. So this storm is now tornado warned. Yeah, sometimes like after I change the title, it takes a while for it to change. Like actually, wrong scene. Takes a while for it to change. But yeah, that's going to be for Thompson Station, Spring Hill, and Franklin. There's not a whole lot of rotation with this storm right now near the surface, but let me check aloft. Yeah, there's a little bit there. Not a lot. Definitely not making it down to the surface. So, yeah, I mean, looks like they're putting a precautionary tornado warning on this for Spring Hill, Thompson Station, and Franklin. You guys live in this area and need to be going to your safe spots. We'll see if that little bit of rotation can make it down to the surface. I don't think any of our storm chasers are near this storm either. No, he's not pulled over. It's just it's a hard hat for hail. That's one of the chasers. And if you're just now tuning in, we have a tornado warning here south of Nashville, and Franklin and Spring Hill here in Tennessee needs to be in their safe spots. Our tornado warned storm does not have much rotation here at the surface, but there is a little bit of loft that could make it down to the surface. And if it does, this storm could get a little bit dangerous. So also, don't let your guard down. Did they ever upgrade this warning? Yeah, they did upgrade this warning finally to 2-inch hail. And that hail is going to be trying to make it into the Franklin area. We do have a lot of cams north into Franklin. So once this storm gets there, we'll be keeping an eye on it. Let me check this radar here. Does this have a better view of something? Yeah. Let me see. There's a little bit of rotation. A little bit of rotation. So both the radars are showing the same thing. But they're not really that far apart from each other. It's not police, I promise. It's not police, guys. It's not a ranger hat. It's a hail hat. It's a helmet. So West Virginia looking. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning over in West Virginia. That is for 0.75-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's heading towards Whitesville. And we got another thunderstorm over here heading towards Hurricane. I do want to go check back in with our storm in Texas, and then also over there near Pine Bluff. Yeah, still a couple little areas of rotation with this storm, and then another one back over here near Jefferson that we're keeping an eye on. Might start getting tornado warnings with some of these guys. We'll see. This storm over here looks weird on velocities, but it appears pretty elevated as that moves into Pine Bluff with that 1-inch hail. Latest velocity here, no change of opinion on this storm. Actually, let's go ahead and get a camera near Franklin because we might be able to see some hail hit that region. Should be just about to come over here. Have anything closer to the ground? There's a bridge. We get large hail here, we might see cars stop under this bridge. We got bridge watch. Send them in a folder through email, or I could actually technically, or just like well, the problem is I like the last graphics you sent are so far back in the reporter group, it's like impossible to find. So I guess if you send them, like if you can send all the graphics you've made, I just want to save them onto my computer so we can like reference them. Isn't that illegal? It should be, but I don't think people get arrested. Oh wait. Oh my gosh. You guys were right. They're getting pulled over. They got pulled over. I thought that was just a hail helmet. Did they get pulled over, or is the cop there just like asking questions? What the heck's going on over here?
Say hi to the chaps. Say hi. Say hi to the chaps. Say hi.
Gosh, they have a
Hi,
baby in their car.
crackers.
Aw.
Oh my goodness, are you getting hungry? Getting hungry?
They don't look like they got pulled over. I don't know what's going on. Because that officer's not writing a ticket.
Oh, thank you,
Anything?
Michael. That's what
Does
we
anybody
do,
know
though.
what's going on over here? It kind of looks like the cops just checking out to see like what's happening, why they're pulled over the side of the road. It doesn't look like, because I don't see any blue lights or anything.
Here to help whenever someone needs us.
Yeah, somebody can get the scoop. I think that's what's happening. I don't think they actually got pulled over.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued for this storm over here. See right here, we have our area of rotation that is moving off to the north and east. Now, this storm is one of our more concerning storms. This one has a pretty decent probability here to produce a tornado and potentially even a strong tornado as it approaches over here into southwestern Arkansas, where our boundary is. It'll likely, since it is a mature storm, it'll likely try to latch onto that boundary. So we're going to have to watch this storm like a hawk. This tornado warning is for parts of Arkansas, Louisiana, and Texas. So if you live near Rodessa, Bloomsburg, or over here near 49, you need to be in your safe spots here as the storm approaches. I wonder if our Arkansas cameras go along 49 there. Please do. Really want to be able to have an eye on this storm. Yes. Okay. We will be. I think we'll be able to get an eye on this storm. Actually, we're gonna change this one out here. 1 second. There. 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 That. That. We do have a cam that is going to be in the path. It's actually in the tornado warning right now. You can kind of see something back there. There's our tornado warned storm. Be a wreck? No, I don't think it's a wreck. Maybe. I don't know. Not sure. Didn't look to be in trouble, though. We start seeing handcuffs get pulled out, then I don't know. That'll change things. Yeah, I don't need to look at the HRRR. We already know this storm. We've been talking about this area for the past hour or so because this is the area that we have identified as our highest tornado threat for today. Really not. I mean, models can be helpful. Man, this storm's trying to wrap up too. It's north of the boundary, but it's still trying to wrap up. There's a little area of rotation here. That's interesting. Wonder if all that side lobe contamination, or if that's legitimate, because it's a very messy view of the storm. Doesn't quite make sense in terms of our environment. And that one says there's some rotation in it too. We might get a warning for that. Just very messy look. I don't know if that's legitimate, and neither will the NWS most likely. So it is possible that one could get warned, but I will be honest. I don't know if that area of rotation is very legitimate or not. Latest scan down here, still a little area of rotation with this storm. And let's go back over here and check in on our tornado warning in Tennessee. See what's happening with this guy. Yeah, still not a whole lot of rotation with this. Heading up south of Franklin. Still potentially, though, let's see what they're saying on the warning. Yeah, 2-inch sized hail is still possible. And that's probably starting to move into the Franklin area. Continue to be in your safe spots here, please. I do think there's a low chance, though, that actually produces, at least for now. These storms also have to be watched. Look at this. What's happening over here near Ripley? What is this radar? Up there, red moving away. That's towards, yeah, that's, there's a little area of circulation here west of Ripley, here in Mississippi now. That's where, for some reason, all of our storm chasers are. Oh, and Brett Adair's live, too. He's in Mississippi as well. Go ahead and get Brett Adair up and going, too. So this, I need to move this camera over to this scene really quick. Give me a second. This will give us a view of our tornado warned storm. That is our probably most concerning tornado warned storm we've had all day, almost. And then we'll put Brett here. There we go. That, and then we'll put Brett there, and then we will move Pagey up to here. Checking our latest. Yeah, still seems to be broad circulation in this storm right now. Not super tight or strong, but worth keeping an eye on as that moves up to the north and east towards Rodessa. This storm just still looks real funky. And you can see, our rotation would likely be back in here with this. That is definitely a lot of side lobe contamination. So most likely not a legitimate signal, but potentially even some larger hail with this. Yeah, now golf ball sized hail heading into the Pine Bluff area. If you guys live in Pine Bluff, Watch out. Oh wow, I just realized that this mode does not work on this scene. So I'm gonna refrain from using that. But yeah, basically, rotation is kind of misplaced on this storm due to side lobe contamination. I just need to make sure on that. Also, we got a new severe thunderstorm warning over here near Bethel Springs and Selmer in Tennessee. You can check back over our tornado warning over here. Latest scan. Still not seeing a whole lot of rotation down here yet, but seems like it's cleared out a little bit of that precipitation. Maybe it's trying to form a new inflow heading towards Paytonsville and Arlington. It is coming close to one of our cameras. I don't think I have those cameras up though right now. Sure, we're on the latest frame of this live video here. Yeah, still no view yet of that tornado warned storm from our Arkansas camera, but this thing's set up pretty good. It's in a pretty good spot and it's facing south, so there's a pretty good chance we actually see this tornado warned cell at some point. And to be honest, if I were to guess where this tornado would plant or where the tornado warned storm would plant a tornado, it would be somewhere around where this camera is. So oh, a car hydroplaned in front of PA storm trackers. Ah, gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, because that cop didn't look like it was like angry at them. Let me see if we can go back to that moment. That it? Huh. Oh, right there on the right side. It's in that ditch. Oh my goodness. It hydroplaned into that little ditch over there. Oh wow. That's scary. Not only hydroplane, but then your car's just sitting in a bunch of water. Wow. That's nice of them to stop and help them out. That's why the police are there. Nobody hurt. That's good news. You can actually see the outflow boundary with this storm is still wrapping ahead of where this area of rotation is near Franklin. But, to be honest, you could make an argument if this mesocyclone can latch onto that, it could even be a strong tornado threat over here. Oh, wow. Look at Brett Adair. He is near some sort of storm. He's over there in Mississippi. Being able to send people to see the damage due to layoffs. I did not see that. But I thought we got a damage rating out of Tennessee, did we not? Let's go back and check in with our other tornado warning. All right, latest scan here. Still a little area of circulation. Storm seems to be struggling though. Yeah, if we pull over here to radar Omega, our boundary is somewhere in here. So maybe that's why it started rotating, because it's kind of hard to tell. So our blue arrows are here. Red arrows are here. Somewhere in this region, is that increased vorticity. And that should last all the way up to Hope with our instability. So it still technically has time. So still got to keep a close eye on it, even though it's not really wrapping up too much right now. It's also kind of a messy storm mode here as well. Another little area of rotation south of Jefferson, Texas as well. Kind of still on the weak side. Let's go check in. Yeah, there's some weird clouds near Brett. The heck? Look at that. Look how weird these clouds look. Everybody laugh at these clouds. Weird looking clouds. Just kidding. Yeah. Very smooth. Like the smoothest cloud base I think I've ever seen in my life. And it's got these little ripples in it. Yeah, if you want to be a cloud and not a tornado, the best cloud to be is a scary looking cloud. Or a mammatus cloud. I don't know what the heck this is. In hurricane season? Dude, I don't even know if the NWS is going to last a hurricane season. Like, it seems like there is an argument to be made that Doge is not really going as, hard on the NWS as they were, but what they have already done has affected them quite a bit already. The smaller budget. They definitely seem to be struggling. Yeah, Brett's over here near this storm, south of Memphis. It's pretty close to that area. I'm right in there. That storm does seem to have a little bit of an inflow. You might see some storm structure in a little bit. 1-inch hail for Jefferson, Arkansas there. Let's come back up to our tornado warning. Over here south of Nashville. Yeah, still not a whole lot of rotation with this storm. Let me check the loft. See if the storm has changed at all in the higher elevations. No. Yeah, the updraft of this storm just has almost zero rotation. Still kind of outflow dominant. Yeah, we could see something pretty cool on Brett's stream in a little bit if that storm has an organized mesocyclone. All the cuts, the NWS will be limited to monitoring major cities. No, I mean, there's just going to be a point where they stop being functional. There was recently like 22 million cut from the NWS. I think that was like a couple days ago. That was the forget what that was. Let me make sure I give you guys the right information.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Fine. Switch our attention back over to that instead. Where is that? Oh, they extended this one. Wonder why. There must be something crazy on the bottom of this storm that's getting reported because let me check this radar. Yeah, I mean, you can make the argument that there's a strong inflow on this, but I mean, we've checked multiple heights on this storm. It's doesn't really have a whole lot of rotation yet. They must think something. I wonder if it's like latched onto the boundary, and maybe that's why they're concerned about it. So it's definitely a precautionary warning at this point, but rotation could eventually form on this storm. So if you live near Lavergne and Smyrna, Tennessee, I'd be in your safe spots just in case something happens. But as of right now, It does not appear that a tornado is imminent. But again, if this circulation can wrap onto this outflow boundary, it could maybe even produce a strong tornado. So maybe that's why they're being a little bit cautious here, just in case. Spring Hill had a tornado on the ground. We don't have any confirmation of a tornado. Video on the X. Let me see. Can you share that with me? We're trying to find out more information. I mean, we haven't had any confirmation from the NWS, or haven't seen any debris signatures, no strong rotation. So I'm trying to get more information. Sandy says that she's received some information that there might have been a tornado on the ground. So I'm trying to figure out more information on that. Give me 1 second. Oh, wow. This was near, this is from Live Cam Chaser. This is a time lapse here near Franklin, Tennessee, as this moved over it. Only some strong winds in there. Is that a tornado? Not sure. It seems like there's some motion above it. Trying to see if there's any like changing of the winds. We will continue to investigate. Video shared on X. All right. I'm not seeing it. Let's do a search. Oh, yeah. Okay. We should be trying to at least get a view of this storm, though, because looks pretty crazy. We want to make sure we have our latest camera here. This is a tornado warning storm approaching in Arkansas. Just got to set this up so we can have two cameras on this one tab. There we go. There's no official confirmation of this storm yet, but I'm still trying to figure out. We might have had a tornado, like I'm guessing a brief tornado on the ground. I had to guess. I've seen some pretty crazy shots of this storm for sure. Like, oh, here we go. Hmm. That does look suspicious back in there. But definitely can't tell any ground contact. Certainly looks suspicious. This is what it looked like before. This crazy looking cell. This cell looks crazy from the ground. All right, let's go check on our other tornado warning. Back over here, see if that rotation has gotten any stronger. No, it's actually died out. Didn't latch onto that boundary at all, it seems. A little bit of rotation near Texarkana as well. Pretty broad, though. I have some cameras over here near Smyrna. I'm going to try to see if we can get a view on it really quick while we're here. Seems like they're controlling these cameras. You just got to figure out which one they are controlling. Not that one. That one. Not controlling that one. There's another view. Yeah, they're pulling a Florida here in Tennessee with their traffic cams. But I cannot find a, a view of it right now. It might be still a view of it from back over here. No, that like Franklin lost power. You kind of see it off in the distance there. I'll keep an eye on it in the background, see if we can spot anything there. Oh, what the heck? Stormwater Media ended stream again? Yeah. What happened to them? Latest scan on our radar on this storm. And still not seeing a whole lot of rotation, but it seems like we're getting some weird boundary interaction. We may or may not have had a tornado. Still trying to get more confirmation on that. And what pagey up here. And then keep PA storm trackers down over here. Closest thing I've seen to a tornado was that thing that live cam chasers posted on Twitter. Which is birding peep. Wow. Look at that. It's from Whitehaven. Jeez Louise. And it's a ground. I can see why it's tornado warned now. My goodness. Apparently there's a camera somewhere around in Whitesville. Where is Whitehaven? Near Murfreesboro. Okay, it's over there. Oh, wow. There it is. Right behind the pole. Not this one. Yeah, you can see it's just behind this pole here. About to move into view. And maybe try sending me a message, Sandy, because I'm not seeing I'm not seeing you sharing it. It didn't ever come through. There it is. Yeah, that's not a tornado, Sandy. It's a shelf cloud. Okay, so our tornado report was a shelf cloud, or at least from Sandy. There's still no confirmation of a tornado. The closest thing I've seen out of that storm that might have been a tornado, and also our tornado warning has expired, was from live cam chasers. And that was this one right here. Something kind of weird back in there, but that could be Scud. Could be a bunch of different things, because as you can see, there's like a tree and a hill in the way, but that definitely looks suspicious there. But we won't be able to confirm it until somebody out there gives us a understanding of what's going on. And this is what the storm looks like right now. And yeah, that thing has got a mesocyclone and a half on it. Did you really, Kevin? Can you send that to me, please, so I can give my own reaction to it? And this is the storm near Laverne. This is the storm south of Nashville we're looking at. It's a live view. This is the one that was just tornado warning. There's no tornado warning on it right now, so everybody can come out of their safe spots, but thing looks crazy. Huge shout out for Birding Peep for posting that on Twitter so I can find this camera. It's okay. It's a learning process, right? Let me get my radar up here on the bottom left so we can keep an eye on that tornado warned storm in Texas that seems to be struggling. Yeah, this storm is completely outflow dominant now. That boundary might be further south than what radar Omega indicates, which means our strong tornado risk might struggle unless these storms can do something north of the boundary. Or maybe these storms, it could just be these Tennessee storms. Like this one maybe over here near Mississippi might be something we have to watch out for, because these storms, honestly, are seemingly to act like they're in a better environment than they are over in, our main tornado risk or main tornado area of today. Wow. Let me just make sure I do want to make sure there's just like no other view of this, as I really like this view. We can always come back to it. That big old cloud ain't going nowhere. I just want to make sure we don't have a better view of it. Like a more zoomed out view would be nice. So it's just this one. Okay. Wow. I mean, that is just impressive, though. I will say, you don't get that in Tennessee that often. And again, that's this storm over here near Laverne, which again doesn't really have a whole lot of rotation. Oh, Laverne. Gotcha. Gotcha. More of like a shelf cloud now, I would say. I'm gonna refill my water. I'll be right back. Yeah, there you go. There you have it. Try something. I want to keep this storm. We'll have 4 cameras. I think we can fit another camera somewhere here. Anybody know what happened to Storm Runner Media? Did they just give up or? They're going north. Okay, they might go live later. And thank you, Wendy, for gifting 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Yeah, this one over here. Which one do you think? I don't know where Star City is. I think we need to watch all these storms, to be honest. What state are you talking about, RG5? Gotta give the state. In Arkansas? This one? Yeah, we've been watching it. It's struggling right now. Kind of seems to be north of our boundary. These ones are all north of the boundary. These ones are not going to be very tornadic up here. Our boundary's down here. Our instability's down here. This storm is in like 0 Cape. Storms only have to about here to become tornadic. Everything north of that is really going to struggle. It's technically not impossible for this to produce a tornado, though. It'll most likely won't be a strong one if it does, though, thankfully. Yeah, surface obs is just METAR data, right? So if we come over here to radar omega, I'll draw the boundary for you. So you can see our winds are going this way, right? And our boundary is going to be in between those and the winds going in the opposite direction. So yeah, it looks like this storm is actually north of that boundary now. And you can see this one over here is well north of that. You know, potentially, let's see if we can make an argument for it. No, our boundary's like, yeah, I mean, it goes like that. Both of these storms are north of it. I think this tornado warning storm actually rotated the most as it was attached to the boundary. think there's a secondary boundary. Not seeing it. At least on the surface obs. Winds are coming in and out of this direction near the surface. That's the best one I can see. Bottom line is that this storm is in zero instability. Our best chance for a tornado was these guys back over here, but these ones are struggling because it does appear to be north of the boundary. I think still our, potential higher tornado threat is back over here, but it seems like all these storms are also north of that boundary as well. Back over here has an interesting signal to it near Corinth. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Yeah, the boundary's further to the south for sure. Yeah, I mean, our frontal boundary is that's how you find fronts. You look at the METARs and you see where the winds change direction near each other, and that's where your front is. And so you can see we got winds coming out of the south and then wind coming out of the north of that, and our boundary would be right here in between that. So that's where our frontal boundary is, our stalled front. And every single storm in Arkansas is north of that region. So it's worth watching these storms. I mean, we got some decent shear in this area. Sometimes even in low shear environments, you can still get some rotations and some tornadoes happen. Or low cape environment. So I wouldn't say it's impossible. Yeah, it looks like our tornado warning expired here. Now we're back down to 0 tornado warnings. Oh my goodness gracious. Wow. Look at that thing. There's a boundary. That's a storm with an outflow boundary. Today is the day of the boundaries. This is that storm that was tornado warned in Nashville, or south of Nashville. It's currently moving towards Lebanon. Looks like a long foot. Yeah, it looks like a clown shoe. You can see that little tail on the left side. That is that moisture feeding into the updraft. And right there where it kind of meets where it goes up and kind of looks like the top of a volcano. That's where that moisture is getting pulled up into that updraft. And then back behind it where you see that gray, like the darker gray, where it looks like hazy, darker gray and hazy. That's that moisture getting condensed as it hits the top of the troposphere and then drops down to the surface. That just side lobe on Pine. Yeah, it's been very side lobey. Back to here. Bring up weather wise. Yeah, all of this, you see that where that is out in front. Our mezzo would be back over in here. And in that area, there really isn't much happening. Everything out over here is side load contamination. But it's interesting. It should, like, this storm, I said it earlier, and potentially even this storm is going to be our own little case study here on trying to figure out if these storms can still produce on the northern side of the boundary, just based off of the shear. I mean, because still technically, even though this one is kind of north of that frontal boundary and should eventually become an elevated storm, there still is like a layer of instability still in this area. So this one still could maybe try to get going. Still worth keeping an eye on it for sure, but you can see it's struggling ever since it went north of that boundary. There's a reason why all of our storm chasers are, south of, trying to get south of that boundary, because that's where our biggest tornado threat would be today. That's what we're keeping an eye on. I've been monitoring it throughout the day. Man, that's such a cool looking storm, though, is it not? We can actually appreciate it because it's not severe warned. Looks like a jellyfish. What's the timing for the storms tomorrow? I think like around 2 p.m. Based off of today, though, I would say the moderate risk, the highest tornado risk will probably be a little bit further south than what is forecasted today. Looks like a comet. It's like streaking across the sky. They're going to be mainly traveling south to north tomorrow. A little bit of a northeasterly component. Where's Lonoke again? I know you asked me a lot, and I keep forgetting where it is. Or I can just search it on the old Radar Omega. It's east of Little Rock. Yeah, you do have a storm coming your way. Maybe a little bit of a potential severe threat there. They're still watching technically up here for a tornado threat, but again, just based off of the atmosphere, it should be a pretty low threat, but still worth keeping an eye on these storms just to see what they're capable. There's a lot of backing in this area too. A little bit of vorticity as well, so can't completely rule out a tornado. That's why there's a severe thunderstorm watch with a chance for a couple of tornadoes possible. And it was interesting, though, when they issued the severe thunderstorm watch, we were like, yeah, that boundary is certainly further to the south. And then I remembered this product on Radar Omega, and I was like, oh, yeah, let's check where it is. And it's been hanging down here for like the whole day. So we've been tracking these storms with near perfection. We keep doing well. Dang it. Sometimes doing well. But still, I think it's still worth watching these storms. I just don't think they're going to have a strong tornado threat. It might produce a brief spin up. That's still certainly possible. Yeah. As of right now, the storm coming towards Lonoke is, let's see what it's warned for. It's warned for 50 to 55 mile per hour wind gusts. Penny sized hails, 60 mile per hour winds there. One of these storms. Dude, I missed that. Hold on. Get that back going. Up here. Let me see what that was for. That's for McNairy, Tennessee. That's over here. Okay, so that's this storm right here near Corinth. heading toward Burnsville and Savannah. Yeah. Kind of seems like we have some side lobe contamination here, but it wouldn't surprise me if we got a tornado warning out of this as soon as it moves into Tennessee. This one seems to be struggling. Looks like Brett Adair is abandoning these storms. We still have Pagey tornado up there. I think Pagey is frozen though. Nope. We're just behind on the live. There we go. They are south of the boundary. Waiting. But as far as I know, PA Storm Trackers, one of their specialties is not worrying about all that mess and just going to where the storms are. So I bet you PA Storm Trackers gets us a pretty good view of a storm here soon. If I had to guess. Is they just want to see storms. They don't really care about whether or not it has tornado potential. A little bit of a broad scale view. We still have severe thunderstorm warnings in Kentucky. Yeah, let's go check out over here. We haven't talked about Kentucky in a while. Got a severe thunderstorm warning here north of Hazard, Kentucky. As moving off to the east. This is warned for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds heading towards Combs, and that hail is mainly over Lamont, heading towards Dice and Harveytown. Watch out there for that one. And then back over here in West Virginia, we have a severe thunderstorm warning here as well. It's going to be for quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds heading toward, and that hail core is really over here near Meadow Bridge there in West Virginia. Eventually, that's going to be tracking towards Lewisburg. Latest scan on our storms, really not seeing much improve. Center our radar over here near Arkansas for a bit, and then we'll go center it over in Tennessee. PA storms are good peeps. Yeah, they are. And they're committed. They grind big time. They've been all over the place the past couple of weeks. Same with Pagey Tornado and Storm Runner Media. They've all been out there. How's Nashville, Tennessee? As of right now, your severe weather threat has gone down quite a bit, but there is still some. As you can see, they just issued a severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to be for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's going to be potentially could go south of Nashville. Most likely, it's a pretty small storm. Thank you, Sassy, for gifting 5 memberships. Thank you so much. It does make me wonder, though. Are they going to start controlling the cameras again over there near Spring Hill? Can we achieve a view? Oh, wait, we forgot to check back in with our Arkansas camera. Shoot. Might have missed it. There's probably a really sick view here that we just missed. Maybe not. Maybe just in time. I do want to check this camera over near Spring Hill. Over here, they were controlling the camera earlier. We should probably set up like somewhere we see at the sky. We'll just hold it on this one for a while because this still has a pretty cool view of the sky at least. Eventually see this storm. If they keep this traffic camera up. Probably looks pretty interesting. If it's it looks pretty interesting if it falls in what some of these other storms have done. Back over here near Corinth, our storm here with 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds is continue to move off to the north and east. We got some side lobe contamination happening within here. Meso's back here. This little area is further to the north in the inflow. And that's moving up into parts of Mitchie, Savannah, and Walnut Grove. Back over here, we have another storm near Holly Springs that's warned for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. This one doesn't really have a whole lot of rotation, but that hail core is moving through Holly Springs. Next in line is going to be Ashland here in Mississippi. Back over here in the Arkansas region, we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning with this storm for 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's going to be heading towards Little Rock, Lonoke. I bet you this storm looks pretty interesting. We'll go through our severe thunderstorms first, and then we'll go try to spy on it. Cabot, Ward, and Lonoke and England are in that severe thunderstorm watch. And Stuttgart and Almira are down here in this severe thunderstorm watch with 60-mile-per-hour winds possible there. None of these storms are. Let me see if that's in the. That's pretty close there. Never mind. Yeah, that's still in the inflow for sure. Still in the inflow. And then we still got these storms down here near Texarkana. Still probably hold some of our bigger tornado threats here, but they're about to leave that instability for good in a little bit as it gets close to Hope and Prescott. That's the latest across the board. Let's go over to our Arkansas camera and try to get an eye. I bet you that storm has a pretty interesting shelf cloud in near Pine or near Little Rock. Let's see if we can get some sort of view on that. Let's see. Up here. Wow. There's the base of it from up close. A lot of traffic. Yikes. Not a good time for a bunch of traffic. That one's looking west. Might have been a good view there. Looking north. One's looking east. That one's looking east. A little bit further down if we can get a west from here. See something back in there? This is the severe thunderstorm warning near Little Rock. If we can even go further south if we want, I think. Something like this. Oh wait, that is maybe like this. Oh, there we are. There's your storm. Here in Arkansas. That is what is warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Nice little view. Probably the best view we'll get of this storm.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Oh, yeah. New tornado warning has been issued here near this storm near Corinth. Let's see what's changed. Kind of been a radar hole, unfortunately. Okay. Something there. Yeah. Maybe. That could be a little mesocyclone there. About to move into the Walnut Grove area. So if you live in Walnut Grove, get into your safe spots. Area for Tennessee. Tennessee and Mississippi. Latest scan here. Rotation appears to be gone. Check this radar. Yeah, this radar really isn't showing too much rotation either. And if you live in Walnut Grove, just get into your safe spots. We'll let you know if we see anything. Not the best we can do. Let me see if we have any cameras in Mississippi near there. There's some near Corinth. Is there? Never mind. There isn't any near Corinth. Let me see if our Tennessee cameras have anything near the border near Walnut Grove. There are not. All right. Are any of our storm chasers near there, maybe? Nope. I would have to assume maybe Pennsylvania storm trackers? Anybody know where Pennsylvania storm trackers are? Robinson, Mississippi? I don't know where that is. I don't think that's near here. What this storm's orientation to the boundary is. Yeah, this one's basically just like it's like right on the boundary. This storm is. It is right on it. There's your wind barb going this way, and a wind barb going this way, meaning our boundary is like right around here. That might be why they warned it, just because it's getting so close to there. It's not a whole lot of rotation on it right now, but that could change technically. So if you live over there near Walnut Grove, just be in your safe spots as we figure out what the heck's going on with the storm. But man, look at this in Arkansas. Still a beautiful view of this storm. How'd I get into doing weather? I just really like it.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning for Waterloo here in Alabama. Yeah, when I was younger, I had massive amounts of ADHD. So I would just kind of stare at clouds and imagine different shapes. And then when I was about 9 or 10 in Virginia, I saw my first tornado. Because me and my mom were coming out of the BJ's shopping center. And yeah, ever since then, I've just been kind of addicted to it. Still mainly just a gust front here, moving towards Walnut Grove. So I'm not seeing too much rotation yet. Check back in on the Spring Hill storm. Yeah, the Spring Hill storm is starting to do something pretty similar to the other one. I bet you this one has some pretty crazy structure. Wouldn't be surprised if they decided to throw a warning on that one for some reason. This radar is showing some broader circulation there, still near Walnut Grove. Let's see if we have any cameras over there near that other storm. See if they've decided to control them again. Near Franklin. A lot of the cameras near Franklin might be out of operation. Apparently, they got someone from the Department of Transportation in this area to start moving the cameras around. So you gotta like check all of them, see if it's being controlled, but it's not.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued. Oh, well, I'm back on this storm, yeah. Still trying again. Oh, okay. Right. We just have a crap ton of contamination there. Heading up towards Bodclaw and Willisville. Really hard to tell what's happening underneath that circulation. I don't know how much rotation it has, but I would get into your safe spots. New warning is on the ground. Okay, so we have something really confusing here on this tornado warned storm. They're saying that this is observed to be on the ground here, but our other ones are saying that it's not. So this could be on the ground, apparently. Hopefully it's not, but there is no debris signature on this storm at this moment, so can't confirm it by radar. See if we can get some sort of information out of it. See if I can get any information from Twitter on that. keep an eye on it. Just be in your safe spots. I don't know if it's on the ground or not from radar, but someone from the public has reported that this is on the ground. So that could mean a tornado, could not, might not. Don't really know. If it is on the ground, it's somewhere within this area heading towards Walnut Grove, Tennessee. I mean, certainly is possible. Latest scan out of this storm here. Kind of a mess in the velocities, but our mesocyclone would be back over near Bodclaw and Willisville. Lower level jet's still pretty weak, around 40 knots right now. Or I wouldn't say weak, but it's enough to sustain a tornado threat.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
A tornado warning has been issued with this storm as well. Unfortunately, again, there's got to be a better radar, right? What does this one say? There's rotations a lot.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I think they they just extended this one a little bit. Or Waterloo. Okay. So that would be Stewartville, Threet, and Cloverdale. And then this one back over in southwestern Arkansas. That'll be Waldo and McNeil needs to be in their safe spots. Let me see if we can finagle a camera out of that area. Not sure. Yeah. There aren't any. Both of these are radar indicated rotations, so just continue to be in your safe spots. We'll keep an eye on it. It does seem like we have a lot of contamination down here, but there certainly appears to be from other radars rotation aloft on these storms, as you can see here when we go up into higher tilt. So if that does make it down to the surface, we could definitely get a tornado out of these. And they're still in some pretty decent instability, so it's definitely possible. I would be in your safe spots. Scoured the ground. Wow. Yeah, that Lake City storm was really strong. Let's come back over here and check in on our warning with this storm here, which is apparently on the ground at the moment from our latest public reports. Last report was it was located over J.P. Coleman State Park, moving east at 55 miles an hour, still heading towards Wind Springs and Walnut Grove. Your thunderstorm warning 1-inch hail for Logan, West Virginia. And there's some showing up on the debris scan now. It's the first time I've seen something. There really isn't much rotation at all in that area, but that might be our tornado right here, heading up towards Pollard's Mill, if that is still on the ground. It's not. It's not located, or it's not co-located with a velocity signature, but it'd be something. Maybe it's like one of those really weak spin ups potentially, or maybe more like a land spout, maybe. It's expected for the Clarksville, Tennessee timeline. You guys are like well north of the boundary. You guys are going to be pretty much in the clear for a while here. There is a storm kind of just to the south, though, of Clarksville that'll come pretty close, but I don't think it's actually going to make it into you. Latest scan on our storm. Still a really messy view here. You try looking from another radar. What does it look like from the Memphis? Yeah. Kind of looks the same, mainly just indicating that we have some strong winds on the south. If it's showing a debris signature. Yeah, that's also just a mess. What about from this Lawrenceburg? Does that one have view of it? No. See which one of these radars is closest. That's definitely this one. All right. Yeah, Florence is not a tornado warning, though. Okay, so they did let that observed warning expire. I don't think they've updated this one. I mean, it still says radar indicated rotation right now. So I guess they let it expire. So it is not on the ground anymore unless we get a new update to this. It is interesting, though, that they upgraded this to an observed tornado warning on one of the warnings, but not the other. Thought that was interesting. Thank you, Big T, for the $4.99. Thank you so much. You're at Walmart. You work at I work. Called a code black in Florence, Alabama. Closer isn't in one. Make it make sense. I don't know. I mean, if the sirens are going off, maybe they heard the sirens, and sometimes when the tornado warning is close to a city, or like it'll sound that depending on the county, it can sound it. I think for the different parts of the county, just depends on a lot of different things. But this storm's moving pretty close to Walnut Grove. We don't have any new reports that this is back on the ground, but if you live near Walnut Grove, just continue to be in your safe spots. They're still looking for some news on this guy. See if we can get some sort of video proving that this thing is on the ground, but not exactly sure at this point. Yeah, I hear a bunch of people in Lake City all crowded into a shelter. Let's go check back over here on these storms, see if anything's changed. Yeah, I mean, super messy. I cannot tell with this. All this right here just appears like side lobe and hail contamination of some sort to me. But the thing is that we're just so far away from these storms. It's going to be kind of hard to tell. I mean, this one further up to the north just definitely doesn't seem to have a whole lot of rotation to it. So I'm not really sure what to think about these guys, but I would just be in your safe spots. We don't have a real clear understanding of what these storms are doing due to the contamination in these radar scans. So if you live in Bodclaw, Ruston, Willisville, Waldo, McNeil, I would just be in your safe spots. Wait until the storm passes and the tornado warnings to expire, and then you can come out. But for right now, it's unfortunately, I really can't tell you what's going on inside of these things. They should struggle to produce, though, according to all the data we've been looking at. Let's hope they struggle. They are still technically in the instability, though, so. We shall see. How's the weather? The weather is a little bit intense, or a little bit more intense than it was. We might have just had a tornado on the ground back over here near Corinth, south of Corinth. Um, yeah, they did update this warning. Yeah, it's still radar indicated. So, and this one's definitely lifted at this point. But again, this is another one of those storms we just really don't have a really great view on. So, if you live in Walnut Grove, I would just be in your safe spots. Same with Big Ivy. Yeah, that one near Selmer was like the worst. They did allow this northern tornado warning to expire, but they still have this one on the southern one. Bodclaw, Ruston, and Kale can come out of their safe spots. It's a great camera there in Waynesboro. See if I can find that. Where's Waynesboro? I don't see anything. Must be like one of those cameras we can't use. North of Collinwood. Where is Waynesboro? Let me check the map. Oh, up here. Oh yeah, with weather-wise. Yeah, we don't have access to that, unfortunately. Actually, let me double check. Let me just hide this. We'll use Radar Mega for now. I want to check. That's an EMT camera. We can use it. No, it's Tennessee Valley weather. We do not have permission. I ever sleep? Yeah, I got good 8 hours of sleep last night. I'm trying not to talk that much today. Just give my voice somewhat of a rest. Just keep my mouth close to the mic just so I can keep my voice good for tomorrow. Yeah, still not seeing a whole lot of rotation in this storm. Check from this radar, maybe. And there's some really weak broad circulation in there. So far, boundary 1, storms 0. Unless that storm really produced. It'd be interesting to see if that ever gets confirmed. Public confirmed tornadoes are always those ones are hard to follow up on. Hard to confirm, really. Because the public isn't typically the best. Some people in the public, though, they know their stuff. Still really weird signal out of this storm. Still don't really have a great depiction of what's happening near the surface with this. So if you live in Glenville and Davidson, I would still be in your safe spots there. But Waldo can come out of their safe spots. Yeah, nothing in Florence. Yeah. Well, not nothing. There is some pop-up thunderstorms near you. Clifton, north of Walnut Grove. This one, let me see if I can use that one. No, that's from Severe View. We can only use EMA or EMT or no EMA cameras, like emergency management, like government building cameras. There does not appear to be like any in this area. There's one. There's one near we can use the one near Linville. And New Prospect. There's like a cluster of cameras over here we could use. Lasky, Tennessee as well. Minor Hill, Tennessee. Ardmore, Tennessee. Those are all ones we can use. All the ones pretty much where these storms are tracking right now are Tennessee Valley Weather or Severe View. I will say some of these cameras down here have some pretty cool views of the sky. This one, a little bit of what appears to be a sunset or something. Emergency management, yeah. All right, let's come on down to the Waldo storm. Yeah, this is the exact kind of contamination you see in an elevated storm. I don't think that's going to be producing. Like if we come up here, you see this over here. It's like very similar contamination. You only see that in areas that actually don't have rotation. And we're starting to get that look with these storms. I think that's what's happening. See how it just looks very contaminated? I think they're going to allow that tornado warning to expire. I'm honestly like, I guess if I'm going to be the most concerned about anything, it's going to be this storm here, and maybe this one back over here near Ripley. Because this one's technically not in the worst environment. You know? Sorry. I gotcha. But yeah, this one's technically not in the worst environment. But yeah, let me show you guys. Sorry. So yeah. You see how like there's all this blockiness all the way around here, right? And then if we come up here and then look over here, you can see that kind of same thing happening over here. Like that's what happened. Like you could look at this and be like, oh my gosh, we got like 1 billion tornadoes. But no, what it really is just a bunch of contamination. Usually that happens when you have like really elevated storms. And these ones appear to be getting in like that. We're getting kind of a very similar signal. Lewisburg cam. Check on it. Thanks for bringing that to my attention. Where is Lewisburg? Can I search on this? No. Where is Lewisburg? I'm guessing. Oh, I see it. Let me see. Oh, wow. It's pretty interesting. And we'll put this up here. At a little bit of a lowering here. Look at that. Near Lewisburg. Kind of looks like a dying mezzo. I'll check on that storm real quick. Is there any rotation on this? No, there's no rotation on this. It is severe warned though. Severe warned near White Sulphur Springs, Coverte there. Guys need to be indoors and away from windows. I think this is warned for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. It's your turn in chat. What are y'all waiting for? Turn for what? It's got rotating? No, there's no rotation in this storm right now. I think that's if I had to guess, that's like either it's probably just like a weird angle on a shelf cloud or like a dying mesocyclone. Or maybe like a little merger that's coming into the storm. Yeah, as you can see, this is about as a non-rotating look you can have on radar. But that's pretty cool. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. That was an interesting sight there. Back over here towards Racine, Comfort, and Coopertown, since we're already here in West Virginia, this storm is warned for 1-inch hail. So watch out. That's coming towards you there. Don't have any more severe thunderstorm warnings over in Kentucky. Yeah, this storm over here near Walnut Grove is still not really showing many signs. Rotation. Let's check this camera or this one out. Yeah, from all radars, very, very broad area of circulation there. Bernadette done? Bernadette done? That's fun to say. I think Bernadette done. Bernadette done ended stream. And we're tornado warning list again. Let's go. Oh, do I love these day? Or never mind. We still have one left. But that one in Arkansas was allowed to expire. These storms do still have a severe thunderstorm warning on them for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's heading towards Stevens, Camden, Bearden, Sparkman, Gurdon, and Arkadelphia. Yeah, I got some great rest last night. Thanks for asking. I got a full 8 hours. I'm going to be able to get a full 8. I can tell you right now, I'm also going to be able to get a full 8 hours tonight as well. I don't think this is going to go into. This is definitely not going to go until like 3 a.m. tonight. This tornado threat has not materialized. Might have had a small, brief tornado, though, with this one at one point. The public did report something. Yeah, we'll be up bright and early tomorrow, most likely. I might even be able to release a video if these storms can calm down. I mean, I don't think anything else is going to be happening over here near Arkansas unless we get something firing back over here. Maybe like if these storms can do something. Let me see if that's south of a boundary or if that's north of a boundary. The storms are firing off of the boundary. So they will immediately move north of there. Yeah, our boundary is, let me this down here. Our boundary is all the way down here near Tyler, Texas. Longview actually moves into what appears to be like actually you might be able to see it here. That might be the boundary. The storm pushing against it, making it visible. South of El Dorado, near Clarksville. Do we have any storms south of the boundary? That is our main threat. I mean, you can still make an argument for this one. Okay, this tornado warning has actually expired. You can still make an argument for this one. Technically. It's about the only storm that I can, only storm that I can think that like it could do something. At least according to our mesoscale. We were right. Watch the boundary. We watched the boundary and it basically turned us into a short-term forecasting wizard. I will say days like that where it's nice and easy to kind of watch to see what's going to happen. I really do enjoy those days the most where you can really track everything to a T. You're feeling pagey stream froze. It. One thing I do want to see. Let's come back over to here. I want to see if this little storm from this camera. You see it yet? No. There's a little storm approaching this camera that might have a cool little thing on it like the other one. We might get a view of it soon. I get the graphics? Yeah. Thank you for that. Look at that.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay. New tornado warning has been issued. Let's go see where it is. Showed up on Radar Mega. Okay, it's here. They reissued. Are the warnings just not loading on Radar Mega? Is my Radar Mega glitched? There it is. Okay, so that previous one did expire, but now they have issued another one for this one. Well, let's see what's changed. And from this radar, you could make an argument that that could be some rotation there. That'll be heading towards Collinwood and 64. So, yeah, get into your safe spots if you live in Collinwood and Napier. Yeah, this is just a really crappy radar hole for sure. Not a fan of it. What's happening over there? Does that show up on this radar? It's a little bit of a gust front here, north of Linden. me see which one of these are closer. One's looking at about 10,000 feet. I was looking at 13. So yeah, this is still our closest radar. Latest scan still showing something there. I mean, that's definitely a little area of rotation there. Live near Collinwood. Make sure you're still in your safe spots there as this moves up towards your area. It is currently located near Cromwell Crossroads and will be in Collinwood probably within the next 5 to 10 minutes. AG's got a pretty interesting view of something. Where is she? Oh, wait. She ended her stream. Okay. Take that back. All right. We've lost all of our storm chasers, so we're back over here, I guess. Still got still have PA storm trackers though. We'll keep them underneath me.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, so they decided to warn this storm now too. At a gust front to side, a little bit of rotation there on the northern side. That's heading up towards I-40. Centerville should be in their safe spots. Let me check if I can use that camera. Do this. That's from severe view. I'm looking at it, and all it shows is a kind of a rugged shelf cloud. Thank you, Amit, for becoming a WIMD member. Thank you so much. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. And thank you for your pledged monthly support. Thank you. Latest scan on this storm near Collinwood still has an area of rotation in there for sure. Heading up towards 64. Might be, let me see if there's any cameras out over in that region. Near Centerville. Yeah. There's cameras. Let's see, that's like near that road. Yeah, there's cameras to the north of this, but there is nothing like at all like near Centerville. Chat died. Wrong scene. No. Where did everybody go? Well, there's not a bunch of tornado warnings, and people usually eventually just go about their days. There are 2 tornado warnings here in Tennessee, so some folks might show back up. We'll see. How's Frankfort, Kentucky looking? I don't think there's any severe thunderstorms over Frankfort. Yeah. There's some rain near Lexington, and a little bit of a storm heading towards Elizabethtown and Ratliff. Yeah, a little bit of rotation here. Now showing up near Lobbleville. Yeah. We got all the severe weather enthusiasts and whoever's still left in chat that lives in the Tennessee area. Why windy versus windy? Have you never seen that joke where the dog is like, it's heckin' windy outside? Ever seen that before? What does this radar say? The heck am I supposed to read that? I guess it makes sense. A weird radar for sure. I guess this is like super high resolution. Not really showing any rotation either, though. But it is in range of this radar. This is interesting. We'll just use this one. Goodness. Never mind. It suffers from side lobe contamination, too. See if we can see this storm from this camera yet. It might be just off to our right. At Contamination Day. Back over in Arkansas, it certainly was. Is Brett back online? Oh, nice. We got Brett back online, and he's approaching some storms.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
Oh, wow. This one's now on the ground again. Which don't really have a great view of that mezzo, but it's kind of cut off there. But this has been confirmed back on the ground. Weather spotters confirmed tornado. If you live over here near Napier, I'd be in your safe spots. Apparently got a tornado on the ground here. Let's come back up here and check in on our northern tornado warning. I want to get Brett back up here. He is approaching some storms. At least I know he is. Yeah. That happened. Oh, what happened? There. Okay. I mean, the webcams and I'm looking at it on another screen here. It's looking right at this Waynesboro storm, and I'm not seeing anything. Weather spotters have confirmed a tornado, so I would just be in your safe spots. They might just have a better view of the storm. Oh, it did, but now it's gone. Okay. Was it like a tornado, or was it like a wisp? Was it a wisp tornado, or was it like an actual tornado? I believe it. Well, was rotation on this. Oh man, this one's wrapping up. Let me see what that looks like. Yeah, this one's wrapping up here near Whitfield. Getting real close to a tornado here near Whitfield. If you live in Goodrich, need to be in your safe spots. You keep that under camera. Which one is this? This is north of near Centerville. Let me get that camera up on my side so I can keep an eye on that because that looks like it's about to produce. Yeah, the Hohenwald camera. Pretty decent rotation here, south of Only. Make sure that you are in your safe spot. Got my eyes on that storm. We'll see if it tries to do anything. Moving the camera around as well. Yeah. Yeah, they control the cameras quite a bit on weather wise. Wish I had access to those, but it's all right. It was only on the ground for a little bit, so hopefully it didn't hit nobody. Still waiting on that latest scan to come in. Again, if you're just now tuning in, we just had a tornado on the ground with this storm here near Collinwood. Showed up on the weather cams out here, so but it's not on the ground anymore, but still keeping an eye on it. If you live near Napier, just be in your safe spots. Did I even hear you? How the heck could I hear you? It don't make no sense. You said you live in Florida. Okay. Thanks for letting us know. Brentwood? I don't know where Brentwood is. I don't see it in the tornado warning here. Let me check this one to the south. Yeah. I don't, as far as I can tell, it doesn't seem like you're in the tornado warning. Are you? Maybe like a smaller city. Above Franklin. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean you're safe for now, but you're gonna need a little bit of. I mean there is a storm approaching that could eventually try to produce something near you. Tornado warning is still radar indicated. What's going on over here? There's a little area of rotation still kind of back up in this region. Kind of looks like a bookend vortex. You got feeder bands there. That's probably a feeder band. Little bookend vortex rotation right in there. Moving towards Bone Aqua Junction. Still want Bone Aqua Junction, Nunneely, and Goodrich to still continue to be in your safe spots as that approaches. Florence, Alabama sleep? Sure. You might get woken up by some lightning, but should be good. Let's see if any of these cameras have a view on this dang storm yet. Not yet. They're not controlling these ones. This one could probably see it from afar if it turned. Cool view, though. type of state is that? This is Tennessee. So was anybody in chat watching that that Waynesboro cam when it produced? Oh yeah, okay, that's moved out. That's good. I mean, this is still kind of wonky here. Let me see if there's anything posted online about that. Just mind blowing how crazy some of these storms have looked today. Waynesboro tornado. Can't call that a tornado, can you? I just saw a video of it. Can't really confirm that as a tornado. It might have been a funnel or a tornado or just the leading edge of a gust front, but I just looked at it. Here, I'll post it in chat. Y'all tell me what you think, because we got a lot of smart people that watch me. So you tell me your opinion on this. Keep in mind the video is a time lapse, so it's going to be moving faster than it actually was. I don't know. All I know is that it's not on the ground anymore, but so you don't know. Well, I just posted it in chat. Just let me know what you think. Doesn't look like it's not that it doesn't look like it could be on the ground. It looks like something that you can't confirm by just looking at it. It was not visible. That's what I'm saying. That was what was observed with that storm. Oh, maybe there's another video floating around. I'll keep an eye on it. Yeah. It said weather spotter confirmed, so I'm wondering if it's like an actual weather spotter or if it was just somebody that was that was watching the cam and reported it. I don't know. From that angle, doesn't look like it, but that might have been on the ground. I don't know. It's just another one of those things, another one of those times where it seems could be, might not be. Doesn't really matter. I mean, it's not on the ground anymore, but so if you live in like Napier, I would still be in your safe spots just in case. Just in case it tries again, because it's never if there was a tornado on the ground, it was never obvious on radar. So, you know, it's not going to be obvious if it does it again. me check that 10-second mark. Mm. I don't know. It's a time lapse. That just looks like Scud rising into the base of the storm. I think, yeah, that's on the leading edge of the shelf cloud. Yeah, if you look at that video again, it's like at second 13 and 14, there is what appears to be something that looks scuddy to me. I don't know. Not sure. So we got a hail signal in this storm now. And into Highland and Ovilla, Tennessee. Favorite safe place is in bed. There you go. Think there's a tornado there? I don't know. We'll only know if there's a damage survey done. We won't know until tomorrow. But the good news is that it's not on the ground anymore. But it doesn't really change the fact that, Lodi, Sims Ridge, Mount Lebanon, Deerfield, Ovilla, Red Hill should be in their safe spots. Let's check back up with this guy. Is this one organized anymore? Not really. Still mainly just a gust front here heading towards Bone Aqua Junction. Couldn't tell. Yeah. That's kind of where I'm at. We'll see if there's a damage survey. I mean, you could make an argument there. So it is open for discussion. If that storm ever passed in front of our Tennessee cam. Felt like it was getting closer. Interesting looking cloud. Harley. That's what happened. Tornado tried to drop, but then it touched the ground and it was like, oh, it's too cold. It's funny. Ridadair's over here, crossing over the bridge, heading towards this storm. So we should get a view on this storm here in a little bit. See what it looks like. There from the old Brett skis. Wish it was up here though. We're viewless. We can't look. We can't see. We can see it, but we can't see it. We can look, but we can't look. Not in the watch. I mean, if we've had like some storms that look like it would come into Alabama and cause a tornado, they probably would have done it. But I mean, we do have a little bit of a storm trying to fire near Florence. This one might try to become severe warned right before it goes into Florence. Pretty darn close. What was I gonna do? Yeah, let me take this up. I do want to check to see if that camera in Florence, if we can use it. Nope. They're molten. No. And I gotta still wheel and deal with some more folks, I guess. I want to get access to all these cameras. We just gotta get a good deal. How many tornadoes? Maybe one, maybe two. Definitely not an outbreak. This is what people in the weather world call a bust. How's this storm doing? Yep. Yeah. Looks like Brett's in view here of the storm.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Tornado warning has been issued. Looks like they are extending this one off to the east towards Fairview, Burns. Ooh, little area of circulation here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And they're also extending this one off to the east now towards Farm, Summertime, Etheridge, Alexander Springs, Henryville, and Liberty Hill. Guys should be seeking shelter. This one actually has a little area of rotation now. I don't have the newest scan, though. The newest scan should be coming in soon. Let me see if we have any cameras there, actually. Alpha Franklin, maybe on that road. Our closest cams are all far away. I don't think we'll ever be able to get a cam view on that northern one. This camera is. We could use this camera, I think. Maybe. That one I'm not sure about. Call it a tornado sequence? Maybe. Oops, wrong scene. Sorry. What does tornado sequence mean, though? Not familiar with that one. Tornado sequence definition. Oh, it's when you have multiple tornado outbreaks in a row. I think this broke the tornado outbreak sequence. Unless these storms just go crazy. Don't jinx it. You're right. This will be a tornado outbreak. Don't want to jinx it. If we say it's going to be a tornado outbreak and it does the opposite, that's what we want. Mother Nature is always listening. I would use this radar if I knew how to read it. I mean, it seems like if I had to guess, that's a little area of rotation there. It's just so contaminated. It's really not that helpful. Kind of looks definitely more like a supercell from here. On the reflectivity, you can kind of tell. Got a little something here. Kind of looks outflow dominated there, but maybe a little inflow still feeding into this thing. Thank you, Bernard, for subscribing. Thank you. No spouts in Colorado? Huh? Ow. Apparently, these are producing little snow spouts. I didn't even know that was a thing. Watch out there. Some snow spouts. I don't think those cause damage, but that's interesting. They said a highway cam onto the Dixon's cell. It's a Dixon cell. Is this the Dixon cell? Which one's the Dixon cell? The one in the north or the south? And which one is it, Ben? Oh, there's Dixon. Okay. Apparently, there's a highway cam set on one of these. Let me go find it. Not really sure how you could see it. There's Dixon. I-40 and I-80. The I-40, but I'm not seeing a camera near there. Thank you, Bill, for the 5. Franklin, Tennessee traffic camera network. The westernmost cam is looking west. Seeing it. Westernmost camera is looking at the road. It is scan on this storm. Still maybe a little broad area of circulation heading into Summertown and Farm. South Haven. Oh, sorry. Wrong scene. Maybe. I mean, Brett's right there. Let's see what it looks like. That's an increasing inflow. You see where this let's keep an eye on Brett. He's underneath me on this scene. I'll keep an eye on it. If he looks at it, we'll look at it. But yeah, you're talking about this storm right here. It has a pretty decent inflow to it. But that's about it. A little bit of rotation in there. Very strong, but there is some there. Shoot, there we go. And this is like right. I mean, Brett is like right up on this storm right now. We can see if we can see anything. Tyler's on that one. Which one? The one that Brett's on? Yeah, I mean, we'll keep an eye on him, but see what we can see. Yeah, in Tennessee here, there's not a whole lot of rotations to these. There's one right here. Still radar indicated. That's in the inflow of the storm. Back over in here, there's not a whole lot of rotation. This is where tornado would happen. Oh, there's some spin in there. Look at that. The clouds are going to the right, and behind that, it's going to the left. Definitely some rotation. Lawrenceville area. Definitely some rotation in that area. Keep an eye on that. Some strong winds back over here near Bone Aqua, heading towards Wrigley. Check this radar. Yeah, both radars are saying the same thing. Maybe a teeny tiny couplet there. Lawrenceville camera? Which one? You guys keep saying all these cameras, but you're not telling me where they are. Um, this one does have a little tiny area of circulation, though. So if you live near Liberty Hill and Fairview, I would certainly continue to be in your safe spots. The best as we can tell, just by looking at radar, is there's some circulation here. Oh, wow. Look at Brett's view. It looks like a funnel. Watch the ground. Yeah, this storm over here might be trying to produce. It's not tornado warned, but south and west of Memphis. Kind of looks like something funnily in there. This is near Helena and West Helena. Can't tell what it is if it's there anymore still because his camera got all blurry. But this storm right here, Brett's like right in this area. Seems like there could be some circulation in there. I think we're keeping an eye on this storm for sure. Kind of looks pretty mean on his stream. Came back. I-40 near Sam Cooper. I don't know, man. You said it wasn't. You said it was looking at the camera, Bill. I don't see. It's not looking at the sky. Like if there's a tornado on the ground, we'll certainly use it. I mean, look at those rain curtains back in there. I don't know what you want me to do. If the storm goes near there, we'll definitely check it out. I promise. This one is not NATO warned. There's definitely some wrapping rain curtains around this storm right now. Keeping a very close eye on it. It's not tornado warned, but this is the storm here near Helena West. We're keeping very close eye. Latest scan over here near Bon Aqua Junction. Still a little area of rotation heading towards Liberty Hill.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
Oh, wow. This tornado warning here has been upgraded. This is on the ground now, over there near Henryville. Apparently, another tornado has been spotted. You said you're watching that storm, Barnes? Do you see a tornado? That should be in your safe spots. Apparently, there's a tornado on the ground with this. Can't see it on the radar, but people it is being reported to be on the ground. I'm watching it on a camera view here. To my left, and I am seeing a tornado. And this camera's right next to it here near Lawrenceburg. The camera's looking the wrong way. I don't know. We have a weather spotter, or let's see here, an emergency management. Oh wait, a radar confirmed tornado. Interesting. Well, they're saying this is a tornado right here. Now, I'm looking at it right now. And that's in the inflow. I don't know, man. I don't know how they confirmed that radar. I mean, that could be a tornado right there, potentially behind there. Maybe they're using this radar. Let me check this radar. Let me see what this one says. Maybe. Maybe that's what they're saying is a tornado. I don't know. It's confusing. It's just confusing. I can't confirm it using radar, but they can, so there is that. They might have a radar that we don't have access to in this area, so if you live in Summertown and Alexandria Springs, I'd be in your safe spots. This is on the ground. Looking right at it. My eyeballs. There's nothing on the camera. Yeah, I know. There's I'm watching this camera that's right here on another screen. I can't show it to you guys because it's this camera, your new prospect I can show, but it's really far away. Not really showing too much. Yeah, just be in your safe spot. They could have a radar that we don't have.
Has been issued.
It's still observed heading towards Columbia and Colioca. Guys should be in your safe spots. Still looking at it. There's a lot of rain in there. I don't see any power flashes. You can turn your sound up. I'm not going to turn my sound up. It is leveled correctly, I promise. Well, I mean, I'm looking right at it. I don't see a tornado, but if you live in Mount Pleasant, Columbia, and Colioca, I would be in your safe spots. Let's come back over to here. This is still just mainly a gust front here. Still watching for some northern circulation on this thing. Oh, a little spot of rotation is popping up in there now. Where is that in relation to everything? And that could be something. We'll keep an eye on that. Storm is continuing to look interesting over here near Tunica and Hernando. I just don't understand how they radar confirmed that. It's the only thing I can see that's suspicious, and that would be going into Summertown. That signal is in the inflow. There isn't any precipitation backing that up, so I don't know. If that's what they're confirming, I do not see anything visually confirming that on my end. Still kind of a mystery. I would just be in your safe spots over there in Scotts Mill and Pleasant Hill and Mount Pleasant. Not Pleasant Hill, Scotts Mill, Screamer, Mount Pleasant, Columbia, and Colioca. Let's go check back up on this one to the north. Still the same thing up there. How's the one coming towards Fairview? It's looking pretty good. It's mainly just a gust front here. Not seeing any indications that we have a tornado on the ground at this moment, but I'd be in your safe spots just in case. Wow. Brett's got a power line down. In a big tree. Huh. Not gonna lie. Those are facing the opposite directions. That looks like tornado damage. This is Brett Adair. He's in maybe that was a tornado we saw on his stream. He's in Helena West. Helena. Near Mississippi and Arkansas. See that pole in the distance? It's facing one direction, and the pole near Brett is facing the other direction. And you see that tree's facing the opposite direction of that pole. Or maybe the tree, actually, what might have happened is the tree fell on The power line? Does that make sense? Yeah, the tree might have fallen on the power line, making the pole fall to the right. Because that tree is facing the same direction as that power pole back over there. No, either tornado damage or wind damage. Went through Helena West. That would have been an unwarned tornado if that's the case. All right. Yeah, still can't confirm tornado via radar. Still want Culleoka, Columbia, Mount Pleasant to continue to be in their safe spots. Still trying to determine the heck's going on down here. Quarter-sized hail in Cleveland, Calhoun, Arkansas. Watch out. That's Helena, West Helena, in Mississippi. And I think that's Arkansas next to it. Yeah, Mississippi and Arkansas. How are these storms doing over here? Very contaminated look. What else from Shreveport? How's that look? Yeah. Still a super messy look on that. Maybe a little bit of rotation is showing up on this storm now near Summertown. And you see as that wrapped into there, that debris signature went away. So I think that was I think they confirmed, radar confirmed the clear air. You have yet to see the damage. Here. There it is. Yeah, they confirmed one near Mount Pleasant, but it's radar confirmed, and there's no evidence on radar as far as I can tell. See if we can see what the heck happened here. A power pole's down, house is untouched. Just a very narrow swath here of damage. Houses appear to be fine. Yeah, it's probably wind damage, as far as I could tell. Pole snapped in half. Oh. Clear air. That's the only thing I can find. This radar is unhelpful, unfortunately. Had wind damage in northern Indiana that looked like tornado damage last night. 90 miles per hour. Wow. And there were some really strong winds in the Indiana area. Let's check back in on this tornado warning here near Fairview. Yeah. Still just some straight line damaging winds there. They did extend this for 60-mile-per-hour winds into Bellevue and Brentwood, so just continue to be in your safe spots there. I think I can look at this camera. Yeah. This is what it's like underneath that storm. Rain and thunder. How many tornadoes have we had? I don't know. Maybe like one or two. A couple of the tornado reports today have been a little bit on the sus side of things. Could have been a brief tornado. On the storm a little while ago. We saw video of it. May or may not have been one. Could have been scud rising off the ground. This one was just reported as a tornado. Said there was radar confirmed. Everything that I can see on radar has been happening in the clear slot of this storm. The CC drop that big would have radar reflectivity over it, and there's not. And I just watched that on a camera, and I saw nothing. So I don't know what's going on today. Just a big old We'll have to wait for the survey, I guess. You losing your patience? Why are you losing your patience? What's going on? Yeah. I'm not seeing much here to indicate. Check this radar. A little bit of rotation there in that. Keep an eye on this storm for sure. Just kind of formed here. Right in there. Bit of chat drama. What's going on in chat? I'll calm down. Just remember, all right, we're all here together, going through the same things. Not picking fights with each other. Someone's being nasty in chat, just ignore it. You don't know who that person is. They might say there's something, but they just could be, fat dude in the basement with lasagna on his shirt. You don't know who these people are. There's 0 point to argue with them. Latest scan up here near Fairview. Still a little bit of rotation in there. It's still hanging on. Just a little teeny tiny area. I think everybody's just tired. I think we've all been up for multiple days, multiple hours, making sure that, we don't get hit by any NATOs. I think everybody's a little bit worked up. My patience is a little bit short today. I can tell you that right now. Not sure if you guys have noticed. This has been a long week. Long week. Everybody's been up, worrying, sick. So I get it. Maybe everybody should just get it out of their system. Everybody just start arguing in chat over the smallest thing. Let's think of something. Maybe we should just all just let loose on our stress on each other. Surely that's the healthiest way to get over. You just like my profile picture? Are you kidding me? I actually felt really good. Not gonna lie. Feel better now. You lint liquor. Here, I'll start it. Everybody in chat's a lint liquor. Still observed on this thing. Checking it from this radar to see if I can see anything there. Yeah. Both of these radars show the same thing. I just don't get it. You in Columbia and Colioca, please continue to be in your safe spots as we figure out the heck's going on with that storm. It's been a weird day. It's just been a weird day. I hate days like this where it's just like not obvious, right? And there goes our, never mind. We got another one. Still observed. Confirmed tornado was located near Mount Pleasant. They just refreshed the warning and they're still saying it's observed. They must think this is the tornado there. That's the only thing I can think of. Went just through Screamer. I mean, there would be, like, there's no way they're calling. Maybe it's showing up on this one. I'm just so confused. Everything I know about radar is being challenged right now. By the people at this NWS. One of us is wrong. I don't see anything. Do I even radar? I radar all the time. Never in my life has there ever been a debris ball in the inflow of a storm and it be called a tornado on the ground. Well, I'm hoping we can find some reports. And I'm probably wrong, right? Surely the experts know better. Oh, we're sticking with their word over mine. Clarksville radar? Yeah, let's do that. I mean, even that's still in the inflow. I mean, I've looked at it from the Huntsville radar. This one has a little debris thing too in the inflow. and it's got the little area of rotation in the inflow. I mean, they're all showing the same thing. I've checked it twice, checked it 3 times. I've been looking at it with this radar. This one shows 0 rotation. That's why I'm just like, I don't get it. But it doesn't matter what I think. I just want everybody to be in their safe spots. Well, I'm assuming is happening here is that they have a radar closer, maybe like in Summertown, maybe, and maybe they just have a clear view of this thing, and none of our radars are showing what their radars are showing. So, but as far as I can tell, if you were to just look at velocities and correlation coefficient, you would see a tornado. And then as soon as you switch over to reflectivity, you're in the inflow, which is not a tornado. Oh, I don't know. All I know is that you should be in your safe spots until we know better. That's just the best thing you can do. Getting hungry, Chazzy? Checked every radar. I'm looking for everything. Can't get access to any of those cameras. I mean, I can look at this one. Oh, yeah, I probably should have been looking at this one, huh? Probably. Patient. Got some sort of thing back in there. Let me do something here. Never mind, they turned it. That's just a big rain shaft. Okay, there's something behind that tree. Yeah, it's moving pretty fast. It's a good point. The storm is booking it for sure. I mean, that's where a tornado would be, right in there. I'd have cameras near Bryant Station. Let me check on that. 65. No. Out the Spring Hill. There's Columbia up there. Yeah. No cameras here. This is the only camera we got. I mean, there's the mezzo. There's something like hanging down here, but there's like no movement around it. Definitely a wall cloud. Or just a low hanging scud underneath this mezzo. Yeah. Clearing up underneath it. I'm not seeing a power flashes, no noodle. Oh no. Don't look. Dang it. All right. Can't stop chat now. I mean, there's no tornado in there. I don't know. So I guess they're just wrong. What we're looking at is the center of circulation in this storm, and we've been trying to figure out for the longest why this storm has been radar confirmed. There's no NATO in there. So I don't know. Can it be rain wrap? No. I mean, we just saw the base of that very clearly. That's where the tornado would be. I mean, there was one on it before, and now it's gone. Max is also saying he doesn't know what they're talking about. I mean, it's pretty darn obvious. I'm just holding my tongue just in case they got some secret radar technology that we don't have. So maybe NWS got something up their pocket. But I mean, there's clearly not a tornado on the ground, so at least now there isn't. And we can say that the only thing we can say with 100% certainty is that there is no tornado on the ground now. That's about it. That's all we got. We need them. I don't know what happened there. I mean, they they have been calling this a tornado. That's like obviously in the inflow. According to them, we have 2 tornadoes on the ground now. One here and one here. No, guys. Obviously, it's not. But just in case, keep an eye on this camera. It's got the view of the circulation. Chance of sarcasm. It was at 94%. Now it's at 100%. The camera operator's like, ooh, Scud. Is that NATO? Is that Scud NATO? Chattanooga going to be okay? I think so. I hope so. Your storm should go to your north. As far as our latest forecast, should go to your north. Okay, yeah, that's all chopped up and screwed over there. So is this storm. Yeah, I mean, I think it's safe to say that this area over here busted. The crazy thing is, we've just had so many confirmed tornadoes today that have been exactly like this. Either weather spotters confirming it. There was one suspicious one. There was one suspicious one. The other one was by the public. That one was suspiciously not a tornado. And the other one we don't know. But that was, and then this one has been just a mystery for the past 30 minutes. Either this, because according to the NWS, this tornado has been a long track tornado. Well, I believe the weather spotters. I always hold caution whenever we get public reports. When we get public reports and there's like no rotation on radar, especially if it's like close to a radar, I always hold like a lot of caution to those because the public can see Scud and just
A
think it's
new
tornado.
tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued. Back down to radar indicated. There we go. But the storm still doesn't really have, a whole lot of rotation on it. So live in this area, just be in your safe spots there, and we'll let you know when we learn more information. Promise. And as of right now, we have a camera looking at it. Fortunately, our circulation is becoming a little bit rain wrapped. Keeping an eye on it. And the camera's done. All right. Over here. Rain. Check back up. But also over in Nashville, might be some penny-sized hail coming for you guys and some 60-mile-per-hour winds. Now, from this radar, which will have a little bit of a closer view than our Nashville radar, the one we have been using, there hasn't been any rotation on this storm. Just FYI. So it's been a mystery for a while, and we're just rolling with the punches. So chat be chatting. They do be doing that. I think Lafayette will be okay. Yeah. These storms haven't really been able to last really past the Nashville area for very long. Apparently today is not Friday. That's a Astute. You know, that's a good point. Maybe that's been the problem all today. Is that today is not Friday. Maybe that's why it's so weird. And it's just been such an odd day because of the lack of Fridayness. Hey, y'all better listen to Marilyn Freiberger. That's my mom. When she tells you to do something and you don't listen, she grounds you. So she said, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Or else. Storms in southeast Kentucky be severe tonight, do I think? Southeastern Kentucky? Probably not. I think Kentucky's severe risk is almost done completely for today, unless these storms just barely scrape into Kentucky. If they're still severe, this one could maybe go like into like Albany and Monticello, but it would take quite a bit for those storms to survive over there. You can see this one's already kind of weakening in comparison to what it was. They could hurry it up so Smyrna can go to sleep. I mean, the storm to the north is not going to hit you. Like, if you look at radar, you've got at least a good 3 or 4 hours of nothing too crazy. All right, let me feed my dog real quick. He's whining. Oh, I see. 20 people want Chaz to starve. Okay. 40 people want Chaz to starve. Oh my gosh. That's appalling. Show us Chaz or else. After he's done eating, I will. 40 people just left the stream because I went and fed Chaz. They just got so upset. I'm kidding. Oh. We get this re-upgraded to a tornado on the ground, I'm going to lose it. I'm going to be honest. I'm joking. It's a joke. I do it every time I leave and come back. I find it funny. They've probably been, and all. Ooh, that was weird for a second there near Hernando. Oh, never mind. That's just side lobe. That storm looks like it wants the tornado, though. What does this radar say? Just a gust front. It's a big old gust front. It's got the look, though. Could get the part. Yeah, after he eats, we'll do a little show and tell with Chazzy. A little Chazzy show and tell. This camera still looking at it? The only camera we got. Nope. If you live in Chapel Hill, I would continue to be in your safe spots until we figure out what's going on with this storm. Chances are you won't get hit by a tornado, but we are still watching it. So let's watch it together in our safe spots. You didn't miss Chaz? Okay, now that's just rude. I use this? Can't tell. What is that? We can use this. Look at that. A big old flying saucer. Yeah, but it's a EMA cam, emergency management, so it's government. You can use all government cams. Has a crazy looking cloud. There's another cloud closer than that, though. Is that this one? Oh, never mind. This one's farther. So scuddy. I'm surprised we didn't get any public reports of this being on the ground with all that scud that's in there. Yeah, that's pretty crazy, man. I can't believe, like, honestly, these storms are so close to me. I kind of wish, like, knowing how today has progressed, I kind of wish we got the tornado threat in Huntsville. Because most of these storms haven't produced tornadoes. So I wish we just got those big, beautiful satellite dish looking clouds. No tornadoes under them, just come right over us. Yeah, there's some quarter-sized hail maybe in some of these storms, but I need to finish off my windshield anyways. Looks like a gust of wind is coming into Nashville right now. They actually dropped a severe thunderstorm warning now. Clear slot there again. We'll go back to watching it. I mean, this is better than watching the radar, in all honesty. If it drops a tornado, we'll see it with our eye peepers. And it's real time. We got to wait for scans on the radar. This is just there. Understandable. I get it. We're all frustrated. Everybody just needs to take a deep breath, you know? It's been a long couple of days, but today could have made it 10 times longer. But we had a colossal bust today, which means technically we had a break, a little bit of a break. Although I have been talking all day, I've been talking really quiet, or quieter than I normally do, and not really trying too hard, but to stress out my vocal cords. But it has been pretty peaceful today for most folks. Arkansas dodged a bullet. They were able to breathe. Yeah, tomorrow is looking dangerous. There's a little bit higher confidence for tomorrow because there's going to be a low pressure system that's going to sweep that boundary to the north. So I don't think the boundary is going to be our friend tomorrow, unfortunately. On live Saturday, I don't know. We'll see how the voice is feeling after Friday. Is it Friday's intense? Well, we'll see. I mean, tomorrow I can tell that my voice will still be intact. Winnebago in Bedford, Tennessee, and Marshall, Tennessee. But after tomorrow, if we just get another, long, all day tornado outbreak, like some of our models are saying, I mean, we got a moderate risk tomorrow. Then yeah, it's pretty possible that might be the breaking point for my voice, because we've been live for 10 hours today. We were live for 14 hours yesterday. Has it been 10 hours yet? I think it's close to 10 hours. I don't think it's actually. Let me just double check how long my first stream was. No, our first stream wasn't that long, right? Yeah, it was only an hour, 30 minutes. Okay, so we've only been live for 8 hours today. Only. The good news is we made it all the way through, right? Unlike yesterday. So my energy levels are good. It's just my voice. I can feel it. It wants to go. That. Let's see what the latest scans on this are. Yeah. It's pretty outflow dominant. Still no NATO on the ground on this. And they let the tornado warning expire. There we go. No more tornado warnings for the first time in a little bit. Don't celebrate in chat. You guys know what happens when we celebrate the lack of tornado warnings. Oh my goodness. All right, take back everything I just said. We're about to have a tornado outbreak. Oh my goodness. Jeez Louise. Why did you guys do that? What were you thinking? This what happened last night? No, it didn't. When I left that stream, I told folks we're probably still going to get more tornadoes. We did not leave that stream saying that it was going to be quiet after I left. I left because I had to. I was exhausted. "14 hours is a long time to talk. It gets to you. Where's our boundary now? Can I find something that can I find things in our SPC meso analysis? Okay. Storms in northwest Mississippi is still a decent amount of shear up there, though. 40 45 knots is nothing to mess around with. Those storms in northwestern Mississippi, go over here, they're in like really low shear, and they're also north of the boundary. They should behave themselves. No Cape. Cape is running out for these storms in Tennessee, and it's becoming a capped environment. Wind shear is what is the wind? What is even is the wind shear? They're on 30, 35 knots. That's not weak. These storms over here in Arkansas. Okay, so all the storms pretty much are north of the boundary or in really poor instability. The only storm that I can see be able to produce is still the one that we've been watching. This one. Theoretically, this is the best one. But it hasn't been rotating for a while. And that's most likely due to the low amounts of shear in this area. And the storm has quite a bit of competition near it. But you can see it's still pretty much just riding this boundary. There's your winds out of the south, winds out of the north. I mean, that boundary is smack dab right there. What? Hello? This. Why haven't we been watching this camera? That was honestly shocked me. That is a chonker. Wow. What? What the? That like struck those trees right there. Is that a NATO? No. It's just it's a very low hanging shell cloud and just an absolute mothership of a storm. No. Don't I mean Arkansas, all the storms in Arkansas are above that boundary. We've been seeing hooks all day over there, but that doesn't really mean much when they're yeah, this right here. Let me see. See if we can make an argument for this one. Yeah, it's kind of north of that boundary. The instability over here as well is at 0 where the storm is. So that one has a pretty low tornado threat. I would say it's not. I would say technically, given the shear, it's not impossible, but it's most likely an elevated storm. Storm runner media looking at.
Cold, outflowy, but pretty.
Okay. They say it's cold and outflowy. Yeah, there's not. See how elevated those bases are? Like these storms over here in Tennessee are at the very least surface base. You can tell that. Man. That is a wild. Beautiful storm. Oh, dang. That's another one. Just right smack dab center of the screen. Now, we're just going to sit here and watch this for a little bit, if y'all don't mind. Oh, another one. I mean, you just don't see this so very often. Just a beautiful looking storm. Oh, that's some fresh. That one was close, but it was just off camera. We should probably have Storm Runner Media back up just in case they see something. And they're under quite the storm right now. I bet you this one has a mesocyclone on it. Let's see what's. Oh, okay. No, we didn't just meet. Let's see what this storm has looked like from afar. Oh yeah, it's kind of got that look. I don't know. Ours looks better though. I'll be honest. I mean, it's got a big old tail cloud, but I like ours better for now. I mean, come on. Can you argue? And this is just beautiful, beautiful structure. It's even got like a Helmholtz wave on it. Look at that. Like the entire supercell is in Helmholtz wave. This is like a big old wave there. Let me bring this full screen so we can enjoy the storm together. I think I could put that for here, 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 here. No, not there. Not that. Radar Mega. There we go. I want to see all of it. On the big screen. Ow. Wow, wow, wow. The heck said that, Jeremy? It's a beautiful storm, and I can tell you right now, this storm is not destroying anybody's life. It is a severe thunderstorm warning with quarter-sized hail on it, and it probably doesn't even have quarter-sized hail in it anymore. Mainly just rainstorm. See you, Bucky. Thanks for tuning in. No, don't turn black and white. Don't do that. I mean, it still looks crazy, but this is. Oh man, it still looks cool, but we done went back. We done went back to the 1960s. We just jumped into it. I think that lightning bolt caused a time machine, a warp hole to appear, and now we're in the 1960s. Still a cool view. I just noticed. I've been looking at the storm so intensely. I didn't even notice the train on the bottom left. There's literally a train there. Christine just did the same thing. Is Chaz ready? I'll check on him. This camera. There we go. Say hello, Jizzy. Say hello, Jizzy dude. He was guarding his treats. He's all mad. Oh, oh. Were you guarding your treats and not eating them, and now you're mad? Oh, oh, oh. Okay, okay. Oh, go guard your treats from the. Go guard your treats from the all the dogs that are in our house. He's been guarding those treats with his life. Yeah, we're about to get the outflow of this storm now. Back over to here. Big screen. And he's just, I give him his treats. Sometimes he eats them, and then sometimes he just sits there with his treats right next to him, looking around like someone's gonna steal them. When he's the only dog in this house. I always tell him, it's like, Chaz, I never touch your food. It's always you that's begging for my food. But he don't listen. 120 pounds? Dang. He got a chonky dog. Would you guys still watch me if my stream was just this? Just radar? No warning thing? Thank you, Aiden, for gifting 5 memberships. Okay. Would you still watch me if I had no storm chasers, though? Be honest. We never looked at cameras or traffic cameras and didn't have any storm chasers, and it was just radar. Would you still watch the whole stream? Right. If you say so. If I brought on Chazzy, okay. Yeah, he's my little protector. It's so cute. Whenever I go use the bathroom, he just sits outside of it by the front door like someone's gonna attack me while I'm taking a poop. Looks like they downgraded this severe thunderstorm warning. Thank you. This storm is looking kind of rough. This storm is where actually Brett's coming over to this storm. Isn't this the storm that Storm Runner Media is on? What happened? Why is it all sideways? There we go. I think this is the storm that Storm Runner Media is on. And he's actually got a view of it. You can tell it's pretty elevated. And they're right next to that little dangly thing underneath the storm, and they're saying that they're feeling cold, which means that there's outflow dominant. Now, if they were feeling warm where they are, that would be concerning because that would mean that a storm is chomping up some storm food. You kidding? I appreciate that. Yeah, I would say right about now our tornado threat is. Wait, no, I'm not going to say it. Almost said it, folks. Stop myself though, so we're good. And you can tell all these storms like up and near Nashville are elevated. These storms are elevated and some really bad instability. Maybe if maybe if the instability was still hanging in over here, they could maybe do something. But that storm right there that we're looking at is sitting in, let me double check. Sitting in 0 Cape. It does have 45 knots of shear, but as you can see, that's not really helping it much. Just kind of shearing the storm apart. But yeah, huge shout out to the boundary. Everybody put your hands together for our boundary. Little red lines here. That was our, well, it was actually further down to the south than that, but that's where the furthest extent of our instability was. That boundary could have hurt us today, but it decided to be friendly at the last moment. Glued your hands together. No, that's not what I meant. Now we wait for tomorrow, I guess. I'm not gonna say it, but what I'm thinking is that I'm about to get offline. I'll probably still watch it, but I think I'm gonna have to also have a boundary as well. I think the only thing that would pull me back is if there was like a storm with like legitimate tornado potential. Yeah. So here's you can actually see our boundary. Watch like the leading edge of this precipitation here. Right. And then you see that boundaries over there near Little Rock lifting actually interacts with a little bit of the storms by around the morning hours. Might have to watch these guys early morning up here in northwestern Arkansas. If there's just enough instability here, you could get some of these storms right on that boundary, kind of like we were hoping wouldn't happen today. But, there could be like a brief conditional tornado threat there. Let me see what the instability is near there. Oh, never mind. Okay. We're good. And then, yeah, coming into here, there's our instability there. Does it really just rocket up to the north that fast? Yeah, it does. Yeah, that's why we got a moderate risk tomorrow, folks. That right there. Is the next day in range yet? Oh, it is. A little bit in range. The morning hours are. Yeah. Tomorrow could be busy. So again, if you live over here near Arkansas, it's mainly in Arkansas. I would say parts of Oklahoma and Texas. That's probably going to be the highest tornado threat. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Significant tornado parameter for this storm over here near Sulphur Springs. This one could be a chonker. So, yeah, I mean, it's going to be a dangerous day tomorrow. Is the bottom line. We'll wake up tomorrow morning and give our best opinion. I might just go live if those storms are doing something over there. We might go live briefly if those storms are doing something. But yeah. I'm going to get off here and at least eat. And if something else happens tonight, I'll be back on. I will be back on. I would rule out this storm getting tornado warned as soon as it goes in Tennessee, though. That's been happening. They keep on warning these storms with not a whole lot going on. This storm down here is outflow dominant, no rotation, but I'll be keeping an eye on it. If things get more active again, we'll initiate another live stream, but should be a pretty dang low chance of that at this point. So, and I'm actually pretty darn confident about that. But we'll see. I've been wrong before, and I'll probably be wrong again. But I'm gonna eat some of my leftover wings Let's go. I guess we're rating PA storm trackers again. Do that. Everybody go say hi to PA storm trackers. You did a good job today. Storm Runner Media is probably going to get rated by like max. So I'm not going to rate Storm Runner Media. There. How are you still whining, Chazzy? Acting like you haven't eaten. Even I just fed you. All right, folks, we're going to be heading off. I'll be back if need be. I got plenty of energy. It's not like yesterday where I'm just ending the stream because I literally have zero energy left. I have plenty of energy. I'm ready to go for at least another 6 hours more if need be. But as of right now, I just don't. We're going to eat and then we'll be back live if needed. See you guys later. Peace.